Hey, Karen.
And then where are?
Yep.
Hi there. I just made it in from my flight, so we're good.
Okay.
Chris is on? Or is that?
You good?
We're good.
So
We're
Benjamin-
good.
Benjamin.
Yeah,
Benjamin's here.
Ben.
All right, it is 6:01. And I will call your unified board meeting to order.
I'm gonna try muting people to see if that helps.
All right, we're on the pledge and mindfulness moment. And Paul,
Since we don't have a flag here, and I just think we just bypass that until we're in a position where we can do both things always.
so you want to skip both?
Yeah, might as well.
Is everyone okay with that?
Sure.
I don't
All right.
mind doing the mindfulness.
Any additions or deletions with a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion by Chris Parker, second by Terry. All in favor?
Right? No
Discussion first.
in there?
Discussion, right, because I have, I'm wondering,
Go ahead.
can I ask my question?
Sure.
Why are we having executive session meeting? Why don't we have it at the end of the meeting like we do?
Because if there were any questions about the new hires, we tackle those. And the personnel issue, Carol can answer, and Carol will not be here for the end of the meeting.
Okay, so on the employment, you got the new hires down here, which we will be discussing at 8:21. And then you could have the executive session after, and then we could come out of that and approve those.
It's just easier to do it this way.
Okay, because in the last meeting, it was stated that this is a rare occurrence to do this. So is this going to be standard that all employment ones are going to be executive session in the beginning of?
If there are any questions. So if there are not any questions, we won't have it. But there's a personnel item that Carol is going to talk about. So we're just trying to get Carol out as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Chris?
I also had a question about adding an executive session item about an update on negotiations for the board from folks who are on negotiations committee. And I wondered if we might do that at the end of the meeting.
Yep, we'll do that.
Seeing as we're almost at July 1 and just an update of what's going on. Thank you.
Not easy enough.
14.2.
That would be, 14.2. Yep, thank you.
Anyone else? Michael, did you have one?
Well, no.
I
I'm
thought
not
you- I thought you-
Yeah, I did, but I'm done with trying to modify the agendas to make them
Thank you.
quicker. But that being said, regarding the executive session, I do think that those should be at the end of the meetings. My opinion, with the hires being weighed in there as well, this way we can talk about them in executive session. Just going forward, that's just my personal opinion. And you know what personal opinions are.
No, I don't. But you could let me know later. Andrea?
I believe there's a couple of additions based on the
Hold
addendum.
on a second. I can barely hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
No, I have to turn the volume up.
Testing,
really
testing.
Sorry, we're using a monitor.
Is it on the laptop?
Well,
It sounds like it's coming from the screen.
Again, Andrea.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but barely.
Oh,
So the phone is it's probably connected to this for sound. So if you modify the sound to go to the laptop, it might be better.
how do I get out of this?
Control exit. So, although
Our settings are on the bottom.
Let's do volume. Press volume. Okay. Try it again, Andrea.
Can you hear me now? Oh,
A
that
little
any
bit.
better?
If you're at 90, put it up to 100. Yeah. All right, go for it.
Okay, so based on the addendum, I believe we need to add 8.11 for the Healthy Supervisory Union contract. And I believe we need to add 9.6 for the Superintendent Evaluation Service Agreement. And under 8.5 and 8.6, those say first and final reading, which unless the law has changed, you cannot have a first and final reading unless you've given a 10-day advance notice. So those should just be first readings. And then on 10.3, your July 19th policy committee meeting was canceled and your next meeting is August 16th.
Okay, Andrea, you're gonna have to back up, and I got the 8.11.
Okay, and then 9.6 for the superintendent evaluation service agreement.
Yes.
And 8.5 is just going to be a first reading, not a first and final.
Well, we do have, it does have to be a final reading because that's what we're mandated to do before August 1st.
So it has to be those two, F3 and F4, have new requirement adopted by 8/1. So as long as we have a meeting in July, we should be able to have a second
We will
reading.
have one meeting in July.
Yes.
And then we should still be fine with the 8/1. So we could
By
do
law,
that.
you cannot approve a policy and adopt it on a first reading unless you have given a 10-day advance notice to the public, and that did not happen.
But we'll be able to meet that because.
Yeah. Yeah, we are gonna get right in there.
And then the last change was 10.3. It says for policy, it says the next meeting is July 19th. That meeting was canceled. The next meeting is August 16th.
And curriculum as well in there. Oh, oops.
Curriculum is correct. It says September
Never mind,
6th.
I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, thank you.
All right, anything else?
Yeah.
Terry?
So why do we need the BSBA SIE eval thing? Why do we?
Could you repeat that, Terry? You faded out.
Why do we need the superintendent eval BSBA thing?
I just wanted everyone to see it, and I will sign it.
It's already approved, right?
Yes,
Yeah, okay. So
What
it's just-
what number is that? Sorry.
that was the
9.6.
yes.
Oh, the one we just had. That's it.
That's 9.6.
Anything else, Terry?
Nope.
Anyone else? All right. So you made the motion.
I wasn't here. No.
I made the motion.
You made the
Yep.
motion, and then Terry seconded. You all set with the
Yes, that's fine with
changes?
those amendments. Yes.
all in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Opposed? Andrea,
I'm sorry, what?
did you say? I thought you were about to say something.
Nope.
Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion for us to go into executive session. No one has any questions about new hires, so we will not do that. You do?
I have one, but it can be, it's for later, it's fine, it's nothing, just a license question.
Okay.
It's not boxes and check.
And then and the personnel item was what Terry brought up about the,
Go on.
yeah, it was your item that you asked prior.
Oh, from last week?
Yes,
Okay, an update on one of those two.
yes.
So we're
So-
just going in for
We're just-
4.2?
We're
So
just
we're-
going in for 4.2, not
For
4.1.
4.2, and when we say personnel, we have to give a little more info. Is this disciplinary related? Is it contract related?
Contract.
No, I don't know.
It was a leave of absence.
Oh, personnel leave of absence update.
Yes. And we'll be inviting Carol.
Do you need a motion for findings?
Not for this
I have
one,
a motion.
Just gets there.
just to go into executive session.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Second. Oh, Nancy with a second.
Chris Parker with the motion, Nancy with a second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're in executive session.
Okay.
So I look for a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Chris, second by Michael. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Back on. All right, this is item 5, comments for items not on the agenda. This is public comment. All right, student voice. Are there any students? No students.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I just need a point of information. Who was the second on the motion to come out of executive session?
Michael.
Mike, was okay.
But Andrea's on. I think she's probably getting it.
Yeah.
Paul. Because we just
Well, I'm
did
just
it.
doing my due diligence.
got it.
Sorry.
I got it.
You told me to keep track of time.
No, I,
Thank you, Paul.
I'm not used to these multiple executive sessions front, back, and
Multiple locations.
Yeah.
Very
center.
fancy.
Just need a helicopter.
All right, now we're on the consent agenda. 6.1, the regular meeting. Would we like to take these all at once, or go through them individually?
Do the minutes and then the warrants separately.
Yep.
So, separate things.
So that's for June 14th, 2023, and a special meeting minutes of June 19th, 2023.
I make a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from June 14th and the special meeting minutes from June 19th.
I'll second.
Motion by Sonia, second by Chris Parker. Any discussion?
Just a note that in the June 14th minutes, it does say that our board meetings on the 28th and July 12th will be at Berrytown, and now we're meeting here in central office. So just make a note that those meetings are happening in central office.
Are we not gonna go to Berrytown for meetings?
If they clear up the technical issues, yes, but as far as it stands right now, I don't know. So I would say keep it here until otherwise.
Andrea has her hand raised.
Andrea?
Right, yeah, I can't change the minutes because that's what was announced at that meeting. But when we do future meeting dates in this meeting, we can change the venue to say central office if that's where you think you're going to be holding the meetings.
Thank you.
All right, 6.3, the
Oh, yeah.
We didn't vote.
moving right along.
We moved, but we didn't vote.
So we'll vote?
Yes, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, now we're on 6.3, the warrant approvals for 614 and 622.
I make a motion to approve the warrants for 614 and 622.
I'll second that.
Signing with motion, Chris Parker with a second. Any discussion? Terry?
Please. Just a question for Lisa. Follow up on the questions that I sent you. So the expenses that are in a warrant, so the expenses that are being made now for FY24, do they get accrued into FY24?
It depends, on the expense. For the most part, all of them are either grant funded, some of them were professional development, and supplies for summer. So no, not all of them are accrued.
But I would assume probably at the end of next year, you do the same thing again for 25, so it kind of balances.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
And then a lot of times if, an example, for facilities, Jamie will hold back some of his funding and just in case there are issues that come up. And then when there are projects or things he needs to purchase, then he will do them, And then typically what I'll say is, stop purchasing like in May, so that we purchase orders, invoices, supplies and things, checked in and then.
Then the, one more if I can. And then the only other question I have is again, there was that coding error again. Is it, with our new warrant procedure and stuff, is it maybe time for a check-in on coding? Because we've been having some issues with coding.
What is the coding? Oh, with us.
With the warrants coded in the wrong place and.
Yeah, so those lights, a shipment of lights came in, and because they're coming in for Berry Town and Berry City, Jamie accidentally put Berry City instead of Berry Town, the account code.
Yeah, but we've had a couple on previous ones, and again, it's just errors happen, but is it time for just a check-in on coding to make sure that, because I would imagine there's 4 or 5 steps of people that actually touch these, so it's kind of,
Yeah.
it's not concerning, but it's like, it really shouldn't get all the way to the board with a coding error, right?
Mhm. Yeah, we actually noticed that
Yeah.
before.
Thank you.
You have a question, Bob?
I do, but I'll wait.
Oh, you can go next.
No, ladies first.
I had a question on the 622 warrant, a company called Learn Well that has a whole bunch of student tutoring lines, and I just wondered if that's tutoring as part of like IEPs or other services that, if if kids are not getting them through the Berry employees, or we have a position open, and that's why we're contracting out to an outside tutoring company.
We have some students who are not able to attend school. And
Okay.
who are receiving tutoring at the facility that they're.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you. That's it.
I have several questions, and one goes back to the initial question, dealing with the staff training materials. Are those materials been purchased yet? That's added in this warrant?
They've
Okay.
been purchased.
So they will be booked in this year, but they're going to be used for next year,
They're going to
which
be
is
used
why you
this
come back
summer,
and roll.
right? A new teacher orientation, a new curriculum, math curriculum. And those are primarily grant funded.
Mhm.
So they're,
Yeah.
the investments in the grant were for those items.
Second question I got deals with parent transportation reimbursement. Is that a common practice, or is that something that's just started recently?
We are obligated to reimburse parents who transport their students when they're homeless.
See what those were.
And they can be-
Yeah, and then the other one deals with a series of purchases that are going on at the Seed Barn. Are we under some sort of facilities construction project for the Seed? Because I keep seeing these things in warrant that are popping in, whether it's pavement or whether it's glass or whatever
I
it's.
know
what it is.
they did an overhead door because the garage door in the back of the barn wasn't working. And they use that for storage. I think they store their tractor and lawnmower. I think they did some plexiglass window repairs for windows that were
Yeah.
broken. They put some electricity.
I noted all those. So what I'm asking is that part of our project planning? Are we intending to use that barn, and is that a ongoing facilities project?
I think the goal is to, and I know Jason certainly has been wanting to do this for years, since, we had the SEED program, expand this program and be able to use the barn. But before we can do that and have students in there, we need to do upgrades. So it's a work in progress.
So just to stand this is just a little bit longer, just bear with me. I noticed that we have an $8,000 cab that's been purchased for our tractor that we have. First of all, how many tractors do we have? One in each building? So we have 4? Are we going to have cabs on all of them? Is that the intent? Because if you're storing them in the building, I'm trying to understand why we have the cab and why we spend the $8,000.
I think that's a question for Jamie. I don't
Okay.
have an answer for
If you can ask them that, get back, doesn't have to do it in a meeting.
And I was gonna ask those, so those last couple that Paul asked, I was gonna bring those up at the next facilities meeting, because Jamie did allude to at the last facilities meeting that what's being done at the farm now is phase 1. hinting that maybe there's a plan, so there's a plan, let's figure out what it is.
Yeah, and the goal when we purchased that property was to use that barn and for agricultural purposes, and, so I think that is the goal. For sure. And you'll, I'm sure, Paul, you remember, that we had even hoped to have, we actually had our architect look at the barn to see if that could be where we were gonna build the seed program. But it at that point, it really was more work.
There was also some safety issues, which is why we couldn't.
Paul, we're kind of drifting away from the warrants.
Pardon?
We're kind of drifting off the warrants.
No, but it's related to the items that are being purchased.
And I think, to Terry's point, the facility committee might be able to take this up.
I'll definitely ask those questions.
Any other questions on warrants, Nancy?
Yes. Lisa, I'm waiting to hear back from you on that food service item at 13,005. I had sent you.
And I've responded to you a couple different times. Do you not get emails?
I
Because
did.
everybody else I think has gotten that.
Yeah, I did.
What do you
But-
understand?
What I don't understand is it says clearly preventative maintenance at each facility, and that was a walk-in freezer. So,
It was taken out of construction. When we use the food service fund, it's federal money. So it needs to be pre-approved, and at the time, Jamie had funds in his construction budget. And so he used that.
so is that normal process to, if you've got money in a budget, that you just go ahead and use it, you don't apply it to the correct? Because I looked at your contract with the requirements, and that charge falls into that approval by the food service. For the food
As a
service.
point of order, is this from the previous warrant?
Yeah,
Because
I don't-
maybe this is a question for finance that we could discuss at the finance committee. Because
I
this
think it's
isn't
on the-
pertaining to the warrant that's actually we're
This-
discussing.
It is.
We've had quite a
I
lot
thought it was
of
on the
back and
previous.
forth on this. And the fact that we've already purchased this, it's been installed, and we would need pre-approval to use the food service funds.
So
I'm on
that's
the
where
point.
I'm having the issue, is I don't understand. So I had asked you in an email. if
And
you I
I've been
could set up-
responding to all of your emails.
Nancy, does this have to do with the warrants of
Yes.
614 and 622?
Yes.
I thought we asked this question the last time though for those warrants. So
Right. So, and I had asked you if we could set up some time to talk about this, because what I'm reading with your food service.
Nancy,
and
Nancy,
approval-
we're done. We're done with this.
No, we're not done with this.
We
I have a
are.
right to talk. I have a right to talk about this. I'm
But this
talking
is not
about
the,
warrant.
this is not the item we're talking about. We're not talking about, this warrant has already been resolved.
No, it hasn't. It has not been resolved.
To you, it hasn't been resolved.
It has not been resolved because
Nancy, we
what
are
I'm
talking
reading-
about the warrant approvals for
You're
614.
denying my right. I have
622.
10 minutes to talk about something if I choose to, okay?
But
So,
it's
you
about
know
the
what?
agenda item. We're talking about specific
Exactly.
agenda
It's
item.
the warrants.
That warrant has already been approved.
They've all been approved. They've all been approved and gone.
by the board, the
Right,
previous,
exactly.
so we're talking
So
about
I'm
We're
these.
talking about these warrants, the warrants that are in our packet.
All right, I'll talk about it under other business.
Item 7, building reports.
We need to vote on
Oh,
that.
sorry.
So we have a motion on the table, we just need to vote. on
All in
those-
favor?
Those warrants.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
And Giuliano, I just wanted to mention, Sonia, the warrant.
I have them. Yeah, I'm gonna sign it right now.
Thank you.
Andrea.
Andrea?
The audio is not picking you folks up very well, so people really need to raise their voices a bit and not turn away. Like when Nancy turned to the side to talk to Lisa, I really couldn't hear her, and Lisa's very difficult to hear also.
What would happen if I just log in using my phone and just put it on speakerphone? I wonder if it would be better.
I think we'll just focus on talking louder and towards the computer. Item 7, building reports. The items in your packet are for information only. If you have any questions that the building admin can answer, just send them an email, because there's no one here to answer the questions right now.
A couple comments, please.
Terry?
For Spalding, I'd just like to thank Marlon Mailer for his time spent at Spalding and wish him the best of luck in the future. And the same thing for Berry City. I'd like to thank Pierre Laflamme for his time at Berry City and wish him the best of luck in the future.
Nancy, then Sonia.
I would like to say congratulations to all the 8th graders and best of luck in Spalding High School for the ones that graduated from Berry City and Berry Town. And I'd like to congratulate all of the high school seniors and best of luck in their next journey in life. And then also I wanted to acknowledge that how lucky these children are to be able to have that we paid out $600,000 in scholarships. I mean, that is just awesome.
That wasn't all of it.
That wasn't all of it.
It's close to $1 million.
Wow,
All sources.
wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deal.
And also I want to acknowledge to Berry City, kudos to on the successful school-wide field days. It looked like everybody had a great time and it was well put together.
Sonia?
I had the pleasure of attending Field Day, and it was an amazing event. I actually was only participating in one activity, but it was great to be there. And the other thing I wanted to say was congratulations to the different staff person of the year, teacher of the year, recognition that was in the Spalding High School and Berry City. I don't think I saw anything in Berry Town, but congratulations to those teachers and staff. And I specifically wanted to point out Beth McNeil has been with us for 45 years, and that is amazing. And so I just want to make sure she gets a shout out. So.
Anyone else?
I was going to say something about that thing now too. I said she's trying to get to that half century. Certainly, that goes back quite a few years. And first ran into Beth Bicknell. Yeah, she gave me a 5-year count of what was going on. So that's quite a long time. Kudos to her.
Anyone else?
Just out of curiosity, since you brought up Pierre, I know that some other districts do exit surveys or exit interviews. School boards do. Is that something that we're gonna do here?
We have an exit survey.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about school board, that other districts have done exit,
Or
just an exit interview
who?
Pierre
for,
right?
For
Your-
principals and things of that nature.
Administrators?
not like lower, but like those are top level administrators.
It's never been done before. I guess we can discuss that for next year because, you know, July 1st is right around the corner and they won't be employees anymore.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, it helps give us an idea of, if there's any issues, being that we're oversight.
We can discuss it.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right. We're on to current business, new hires.
Oh, sorry, I did want to say something about the superintendent report. I didn't know we were taking them all together.
We are-
I just wanted to, Chris, thank Stacy and Malika for all their efforts around the summer programs and the chart in there with all the different summer programs and locations and who's doing what. Just looks great and is serving so many kids that really need those services to prevent what we call the summer slide, basically, so that they prevent their regression in their academics by getting a lot of these services over the summer. And it just looks great and super organized. So I just wanted to give kudos and appreciation for that.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so we are on to current business, 8.1, new hires. Terry, you said that you had a
Yeah,
question.
just only one on Rondo. That the license box is not checked. So is that provisional or is that a licensed person?
There's been a request to speak up.
Oh, sorry. In the new hires rondo, their sheet does not have a check mark in the license area. So is it provisional or licensed? Is that person provisional or licensed?
Is it on the new page? Hold on, it's right here.
Rondo.
Yeah, Kevin Rondo, who's hired as social studies teacher for Berrytown.
Thank you. I mean, it looks like he's got a provisional.
You know what, Sonia? I bet you it's picking up from the laptop.
That's what I'm wondering because, if I mute
It looks like
this,
it's the reciprocity.
There's no sound right now.
when I muted, I'm sorry, I was trying to, if I muted that because I think the owl is connected directly. And so,
Are the lights on the owl green? They're red, the microphone's off.
no,
So the eyes are on.
it's blue over here.
It's, yeah, blue down here. Nothing else, just the eyes and the blue.
Can you push that? Oh, that might help.
I bet you people can hear us.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us now?
Or can you hear us?
I can hear you. Once folks start talking, we'll see if it's picking up any better. I'll let you know if it's not.
We found the microphone, but we found the volume button, so maybe that will help us.
Awesome.
Any more questions on new hires?
One quick observation. We seem to be hiring a lot of people in from out of state at this time. Is that a trend that's continuing
Yes,
to occur?
yes. In Vermont licenses, they're, all the districts are pretty much done, so we'll mainly be recruiting from outside or new recruits that haven't had a job coming into their contract.
And from the HR position, how many teaching positions do you still have left open moving into next year?
Moving into next year,
Which is going to be,
it's probably about 10 plus special educators. There's a lot of,
so that number's vastly dropped from where we were last month.
it's vastly dropped, and I will say that the principals are very nervous about next year. With the exception of special education, we're in good shape.
So I would make a motion to hire, I think it's Rondell, Smith, and Walbridge, candidates for the positions as presented.
I'll second that motion.
Sonia with a motion, Chris with a second. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. This is 8.2, the CVCC lease. I know that there were some questions during finance about some language.
We had questions about, because it didn't specify program. Lisa talked about it being directly related to the program, but it didn't say that. And so I think she was going to check with Pietro to see if that we needed to have that language in there or if this was his recommendation to keep this as it is. So.
And I did reach out to, actually, it's Sean in Keiko's office, and he added, if we look at the amendment, he added one word to that section,
What section?
and it's the section 10. And that was the section that originally, in the original lease, just said that CVCC could do any improvements that they wanted, essentially, to the building. And so in this amendment, we have changed that wording that with consultation and approval from the district director of facilities at its sole cost and expense. So the sole cost and expense is the addition that Sean recommended.
Because that then is saying that CVC-CSD is going to take full responsibility for the cost, and that it would be approved by the director of facilities, superintendent.
Right.
Assistant.
So what would be the exit strategy? So in other words, if the facility falls back to the district and those structures that, whatever those structures are that are built in there, we are required to take them apart if we have to?
They-
Or
No,
If they're
it's written into the language, the
both in
original,
and out?
yes.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine.
and any damage that the work caused.
And then the other sections that were amended was facility use. We went from 18% to 20%, and that's for facility, library, and health office.
Do they have extra space for extra classrooms? Is that part of it too?
We did.
So could you- so
They have an additional classroom at this point.
I don't remember the numbers. Do you, what is the total square foot?
I don't.
210,000,
Of the school.
the whole school.
Yes, the whole school.
Yep.
So the 20% is on the 210,000.
So prior to this amendment, the tech center was 37,800 and it's currently 42,000. So 20%. But it's a homework.
Okay, that's good. And then the other section that we proposed an amendment was to credits that would be applied for work that had been done before CVCC became independent. And we decided that that wasn't something we're going to agree to. So this has been through CVCCSD's board, their facility committee, it's been to our finance committee, and now it's your review for approval, and all of, attorneys have looked it over a couple different times.
So can I ask a question?
Sure.
So you're just asking for approval of this amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And then Chris will sign.
So I would
And then
make a motion to approve this amendment to the facility use and related services agreement for CVC CSD.
I'll second that.
Sonia with a motion, Chris with a second. Any discussion? Terry,
I have some questions.
then Paul.
I have a few if that's okay. So one, and the language in the contract, and maybe it's too late because you already done the amendment, but it says CVCC throughout the contract. Should that have been amended to say CVCC SB?
the amendment does.
The amendment
say
does.
CVCCSD.
Okay,
Yes.
so at least it's in that part. Second, in the amendment, it says, and this was in the previous one, telephone and internet will be paid entirely by CVCC or we're not. So does that mean we're not, they have their own telephone and internet, so that's
Yes.
entirely there?
Yeah,
We don't
they
pay
their
that.
own phone.
Okay. And then the student meals reimbursement, there was no dollars in there associated with that. How did we
They
get
are,
reimbursed?
they fall under the same
So they do their own?
universal meals.
Gotcha, so they just do their own, okay. And then also on that section 10 that Sonia had asked a question for, so there's no scope of alterations that are allowed. And I thought that was concerning, that it just says that, hey, they can, if the facilities director approves it, they can make any changes to the building they want. There's no limitation of scope, which I thought was kind of interesting. And then
Yeah, and I
obviously this is
think
written
that,
out.
we've, CVCC has been part of our district.
Of course, right, yeah.
And so, we've had lots of good conversations, meetings. And I think it's clear, when we decided to do the ventilation and sprinkler project, obviously, we're not gonna ask them to pay for that. So, yeah, I think between the parties, the superintendent, both superintendents, business managers, and boards, we can come to.
Okay. Okay. And then just a couple questions on the specific charges that are on the invoice. So the current one, the library increased 75%. What was the why is the library charges increasing so much? To them, what, 75%?
Whole thing, probably.
Well, is it simply that, just going from part-time to full-time? Yeah.
I thought they all went from 18 to 20%.
Well,
Those three
overall, but yeah,
things.
but if you look at the
Like,
invoice
why
compared
was
to last year's,
2%,
yeah, they're
so-
they're definitely different numbers.
Yeah, well, last year, keep in mind also that the allocation of 18% last year was based on FY '22, which was less
Okay.
the portion
Tail
that
of COVID.
CDC was paying. So the facility increased across the board, the cost.
Yeah, okay, no, okay, I just wanted to mention that, because the library, the individual lines, right, it's going up to 20% aggregate, but the individual lines, that one's going up 75%, and facilities 21%. But then also, the business office is dropping 86%, so dropping a big number, and same thing with IT. IT's dropping 70,000.
And we realized when they became independent that for 1 year, there would need to be still
So they're just doing those services
consultation,
themselves.
there would need
Yep.
to be an audit, so their audit was still under our purview, and now it's all on theirs.
Okay, all right, so they're absorbing all that stuff themselves. And then just lastly, so with the increases, so as it all comes down, it goes from 18 to 20%. Are we comfortable that with the additional square footage that they're using and incremental inflationary costs, that the increase is covering us?
I believe so,
Okay.
yes.
Cool. Thank you.
So just to follow up on one of his questions that Tim just brought, the improvements that are mutual to both schools, there is no 20% revision on that portion of those improvements, am I correct? You know, you mentioned the sprinkler system, you mentioned those kinds of things, and they're not responsible for that.
Right,
I'm trying to understand why there's an exemption on that, since that improvement is also a direct benefit.
well, they are more or less renting space, so we wouldn't ask a renter.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there's language in the contract that says if they do improvements, they don't increase the value of the property, so therefore essentially we can't charge more. Does that make sense? There's something in there to that effect.
But sprinkler system in some places.
No, I don't disagree. I'm just saying that's the language.
The
that's in the
last
contract.
question I have is, all of the surpluses that we had in last audit, that we had a year ago, those have already been moved over to the new school, that is the tech center.
Yes,
Correct.
yes,
So we have no encumbrances
We don't have
or surpluses coming.
surpluses that
Okay.
belong to there.
Andrew has her hand up.
Thank you. All set? Andrea?
Yeah, Terry had mentioned it a little bit, and I'm just curious. The original agreement that we have right now, it should have said the agreement was with Central Vermont, the Career Center School District. And because it just says it's CVCC, shouldn't the entire contract be adjusted to say that it's with the Central Vermont Career Center School District? We fixed it all in the amendment, but we haven't gone back and fixed the actual lease, which should have been written that way to begin with, the original agreement. Because CVCC ceased to exist on June 30th last year. So the new contract, which wasn't presented for the board to review before they approved it, has CVCC all throughout it. And the other question was, I don't know if this was addressed with the attorney, but in that original agreement under Section 2, the effective date and term, there were some concerns that weren't of much concern when the Career Center was all part of the district, but that once it left the district, Section 2, there was some concern because it talks about the agreement shall commence, yada, yada, and then it says CVCC at its sole discretion or sole option, and upon notice to the district, can extend the contract for an additional 2 years under the same terms. And I don't know if anyone has revisited that because I know it was raised as a concern.
Lisa?
No. You know, I know our attorney hasn't expressed any concern about it, and they've reviewed this a couple different, maybe a few different times at this point.
So there is a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. This is 8.3, the RAND recommendation approval.
Motion to approve Community Bank,
Second.
which is the staff recommendation, and lowest loan rate and highest interest investment.
All right, motion from Michael, second by Sonia. Any discussion?
For new board members, would it be helpful to explain what this
I was
is?
just gonna suggest
Sure. Lisa, I think you could probably get the best explanation.
that. You make
Yeah,
one.
the revenue anticipation note, and sometimes it's also referred to as tax anticipation note. But what that is the voters approve that we can borrow money. And it's really for the school district, it's like for cash flow, because we don't receive the tax payments, education spending money from the agency until sometime mid-September. So it's to kind of keep us afloat until, you know, those payments come in. And then throughout the year, you know, there are also potential cash flow months where we would need to access these funds. But what we do is we have a separate account. It's a higher yield interest rate, and we keep that money in that account. And we watch our bank account closely and make sure that we always fund that to the max, so that we're getting as much interest as we
Use these with the same bank.
can. Typically it is, and it is convenient that it is the bank that we actually do business with, so that we can monitor closely, and if we want to make a transfer, it's easy.
And the installments that we get to refill the coffers come from the two municipalities, because that's where the money's generated to.
So we get
That's where,
from the
that's,
state ed fund
Yeah.
as well as the taxes from the city money. And the highest, as Michael said, the spreads, so the interest rates we're paying versus what we're earning. The spread was ranged from a 0.7 to 0.35 to 0.2. So.
Sorry, mistake.
Makes sense. And the total overall loan is $3,421,500. And that will be transferred into our account on July 2nd. How much is that? 30 months. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Did you ask the amount again?
I did.
$3,421,500.
Just out of curiosity, we have how much in for capital? Any capital account?
Couple million.
Have we ever thought about doing interfund borrowing? No,
No,
we can't do that.
Fun stuff.
the rules.
And always,
well,
Break
and
the rules? Don't think so.
you can always.
we wouldn't want to put ourselves in
Yeah.
a position where we didn't have funding.
It's a floor audit.
It's like for management.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right,
And
Thank
if you would please sign the loan documents, they're in a folder there in front of Giuliano. There's 3 different
the tabs.
places for the board. We need the majority of the board to sign.
Okay,
So, it's passing.
all right. This is 8.4, contract renewals for Thomas Property and Student Transportation of America.
Can you pass that over?
I will, I just want to get this
Oh,
going.
okay.
And,
What do we use the Thomas Property Management for? Snow plowing? Okay. And you would remember for, well, I don't know, maybe you won't remember. Do you remember how much it would cost to do busing for Spalding High School? I'm just curious.
Oh, from years ago?
We estimated about 2 to 250.
Okay.
Last time we looked at it was over 300. That's 5 years ago.
Yeah, and you have to also consider that, you're transporting, for the most part, primarily freshmen and sophomore, because some of the upperclassmen drive. So it's,
We also had rolled in, I think, Washington and Orange as part of that. So,
I know there was a lot of discussion. Brenda had done a survey and didn't get a lot of interest from families. And we also had an issue with just sustainability or capacity for our transportation provider. They didn't have the vehicles and they didn't have the drivers.
but we still fall into that equity policy, so.
Yeah, it's something we certainly
Yeah.
could revisit.
Motion to approve
With the
the two
contract.
contracts
For both years.
as
Presented.
recommended for.
I'll second.
who made the motion?
Michael.
Michael with the motion, Sonia with the second. Any other discussion?
I have a question.
Uh,
Sorry.
Okay, Jerry.
Just curious, do we know what the percentage increase is for Thomas?
No percentage, no increase for 2 years.
Really? And how did STA only push a 3% increase? That blows my mind. Are they,
That's the
There's no reduction.
maximum that they can, and they,
okay, so they're limited to what they can.
yes.
Okay, that's not a reduction in services.
No.
That is awesome, thank you. Okay.
Check.
You got a question?
My question is, how's the performance?
Well,
I've heard
that's,
some things both
that's
ways.
really why we're here to say, let's renew for 2 years, because they have just been top notch, for sure. So we've been using them, our first year was FY20. Prior to that, we had 2 to 3 different contractors, and they by far are just really doing a great job. They're reliable, responsive, and that's one of the reasons when you have a
But they're
good
doing a
thing,
good job.
you stick with it. And they're not making sacrifices.
So they're working out fine.
They are.
I'm on.
Great, thank you, Paul. Any other questions? Sonia?
Nope.
I heard the
Nope.
deep breath. All right,
Just breathing.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. We are on to 8.5. This is the first reading of fire and emergency preparedness drills, F3, and this is
Oh.
required.
I'm sorry, Josh Howard has his hand raised.
Oh, Josh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's sorry. It was actually for the last agenda item. I just had one question about the Thomas Properties contract, and that was how many other bidders we had for that contract.
Elisa, did you hear that?
How many-
Well, we didn't go out to bid for this round because we're just renewing the contract, but we had 4 bidders back in 2019 when we were bidding, when we put out the RFP for FY20 and FY21. Does that answer your question? I think he asked how many bidders.
I'd rather see something like that go off a bid, but thank you.
I did not hear that.
Okay, so we are back to 8.5, and this is the first reading of the Fire and emergency preparedness drills, F3.
Thanks. So on June 1st, we got an email from VSBA saying that the governor had recently signed S-138 relating to school safety. And the things that they were calling our attention to were 2 new policies that were required and must be adopted by August 1st. So the first one in your packet is F3. I didn't sign yet because we were going to this.
It's okay.
So I just didn't sign up for this. So fire and emergency preparedness drills. And what you have in your packet, we don't have a current F3. This is new. The statement of the policy is the top section there. The parts with the definitions and the administrative responsibilities is currently crossed out. And the reason for that is because there have been, so we talked about this at the policy committee on the 21st. Luke Aether came and had a lot of concerns about the changes to different programs that are happening, like the ALICE program. And one of the parts of the new law is that the options-based response drills have to be trauma-informed. Some of the ways that the ALICE drill previously was flexible and now is not flexible, and how it's implemented takes away the trauma-informed feeling around some of that. So the feeling is that the section on definitions and administrative responsibilities are procedural. One of the things that is listed on the VSBA website with this information about the policies is that districts are allowed to revise these model policies to address local facts and circumstances prior to adoption unless the model policy states otherwise. So this does not state otherwise. The admin team is taking this up in their summer work this summer. And so because we have the August 1st deadline, the recommendation is to adopt the policy part, which is the part that is aligned with the statute, and let the admin team work on the procedural part and follow back up with us once that work has been done to add to the procedure document, and also the procedural, if we want to add those procedures onto the website, like some of the other procedures have been done. Legally, because this top section is the policy and this is not the policy, that is still fine and does not have to be run by our legal counsel. So that was the recommendation from the committee, so that we could have this in place first.
Michael?
I'll let Andrea go first.
Okay. Andrea?
Okay. I'm not sure the best way to begin phrasing this. We have had some issues in the past. The district, the board had agreed to adopt VSBA model policies as is, as much as possible, with only minor tweaks. And there was confusion regarding sections of their policies. It used to be titled implementation, and folks thought those were procedures, but they were not. VSBA, if they put a procedure in a policy, it is labeled as procedure, and it only happens if it's legally required to be in the procedure. That said, the sections that are crossed out really are part of what VSBA believes should be in the policy. So on a whim, I went out, and if you click on the link to S-138, which was in the letter from VSBA, the statute actually says that all of the pieces that just got crossed out have to be in the policy. It says the policy shall require age-appropriate options-based response drills, including fire drills, to be conducted following the guidance issued by the Vermont School Safety Center jointly with the Vermont School Crisis Planning Team, and shall require notification to parents and guardians not later than 1 school day. And it goes on and on and on. So I know, and Sonia, you can weigh in on this, there is an appreciation that administrators want policies as loose as possible, but the board really has an obligation to see that policies are clear and provide clear direction to everyone. And I did ask at the meeting, should this be legally vetted? because the board had said any changes need to be legally vetted, and the answer was no. And I mean, just from what I'm seeing on the link, this policy and the next one, the statutes are saying that these policies require the pieces that got pulled out, calling them procedures, and they're not procedures. VSBA states they're not procedures.
So thanks, Andrea. And part of the issue, and I'm just going to read from the notes of the policy committee, one of the contradictory concerns is that under administrative responsibilities number 3, it requires parental notification not later than 1 school day before an options-based response drill is conducted, noting that in administrative response number 1, fire drills are listed as an option-based drill, which conflicts with the definition of option-based response drill in the definition section. So there's an issue here with rolling it out, I think, very quickly, with things changing around the options-based response drills of definition of which type of drill they're talking about. And so the issue is not wanting to do any of this or not wanting to follow things, but the issue is it's factually incorrect with what definitions are in terms of how they are contradicting each other and how things are changing in emergency management groups like the Alice Group, and how their schools are being told, or districts are being told to approach those types of responses to emergency situations. So there's sort of 2 choices. There's adopted as is with a lot of concerns and contradictions, or there's adopt it with the policy, get it into place, follow up in August or September to say, okay, what has been decided from the work that's been done, and how that looks in the district. And like I said, from the model policy on the website, it does say, it has this disclaimer in red that says districts are allowed to amend it for the ways that make sense for them. So they do not have that on all the policies, but it is there for this one and the next one.
All I can say is the policy with this taken out is does not agree with the legal statute. And I know the board is obligated to see that their policies match statute. So if the district knowingly adopts a policy that is not aligned with statute, I think there's some liability there. I understand there's some concerns from administrators, but if the district knowingly adopts a policy that doesn't follow statute, anyone can pull this statute up right now and you'll see that it does say the policy must have this, must have that. And VSBA is saying this is what we, because of the new law, school districts have to have a policy that matches the law.
So I hear the concern that Andrea brings up, and I also think that we need to remember that this has to be in place August 1st, and assuming that the admin team meets and figures out what makes the most sense, we could approve this policy as the policy committee has presented with the strike-throughs, knowing that there's really no school happening right now with the exception of summer school. We don't have, does summer school fall under, do they do fire drills at summer school? I don't even know.
I've never heard of a fire drill, but I mean.
They could, I don't think they do.
So I think we have a little bit of time because I don't think any of these things actually fall into place until the kids come back, the full slate of students comes back. And by then we may be able to, the policy committee may be able to make those amendments at their August 16th meeting.
I mean, the other option would be to approve it for a first reading tonight and send it to PHO tomorrow to say, this is what VSBA says. It says you can locally amend it. This is what we want to do. Like, what do you think about that?
So I think that's actually a good idea. The only question that I have on this is, which one do we approve? Because do we have to rewarn it if we make, because that would be a substantive change if we
But it's a second reading though. This is a first
This
reading
is-
and the next
No,
one
I
would be
know,
a
but-
second.
But the next time, if we were to change it again like that, like, so for example, if we approve what's in the packet, and then next time they're like, well, we have to add all that back in, that's a substantive change, so we would have to do another reading.
No, I don't,
No?
we can go to the second reading. That happens often, is policies will come out of
Okay.
first reading and go back to policy with little adjustments.
So I'll make a motion to approve, and considering it's the same situation for both of them, I would make a motion to approve both of them for the first reading, as presented in the packet.
I think we're taking them one at a time, so let's kind of stay
Right.
consistent.
That's fine. I'll make a motion to approve the reading of the fire emergency preparedness drills as presented in the packet.
Second.
Okay.
And Michael with the motion, Sonia with a second. Any other discussion?
Well, I have some discussions, just real quick. The line that is, really sticks out to me is to adopt and maintain all hazards emergency operations plan as a part of the district's overall safety plan. What am I supposed to construe from that line? I mean, what Andrea said, I'm not agreeing with or disagreeing with, but it has been struck out, which gives you definitions of administrative responsibilities, but we
That's
don't have any of that now. So when I read that, what does that say? How do I interpret it?
I don't, yeah, are you talking about this final line right
I'm
here?
talking about the final line where it starts,
Okay.
and to adopt. And ends
Right,
with
so that's
safety
not,
plan.
that's not struck out, that's still there.
No, I'm
Okay,
asking
gotcha.
what is it telling me? I mean, we're trying to approve something.
Right.
I don't know what it is including.
I mean, I would hazard a guess that by saying the district's overall school safety plan, that speaks to the procedural ways in which they implement this building to building. What doors do grades go out? How often is it? Where's the chart? Who keeps track? There's something in there that says the superintendent has to inform, I think, the BSBA of when these, or BSBA, the AOE maybe, thank you, of when the drills happen. So, you know, the district, I mean, maybe that's a question for Chris of like, can we see the overall district safety plan? What does that entail?
Well, this leads to the heart of why Pietro Lynn said that we should at least have a cursory review of procedures so that we know that this is covered by that. And
Yeah.
the only reason why I'm asking is school safety, protection of buildings is one of our primary charges that we
Sure,
have.
sure.
And you know, the language says something very significant, but it doesn't tell me what that is. And I'm willing to approve the first reading of that with that question outstanding and come back with more, maybe it's in just the definitions, it just kind of covers our bases, because we are responsible.
I mean, and what I learned from Luke's concerns is that things are basically around this stuff changing more rapidly than anybody can really keep up with. So, like for instance, I believe he said the group that the Alice program, for instance, has changed in even who owns it and who says the rights of like how this has to be implemented or what it means. And so then, and this coming out from the BSBA, you know, just 27 days ago is another example of that, of like, it's out, approve it right away. Like, well, what about this question? What about this? What about people on vacation? We can't ask all the questions. And they're still saying like, we just need you to approve it for August 1st. So,
And Chris,
so
I do
definitely
agree.
there's some like step one of like get it approved, right? And then step two is we need to keep on it. And there was no part of what Luke was saying that was in any way, shape, or form thinking this is done or we have all the questions answered or anything. He was just saying, based on this and what I know about how these other things are changing, there's just a lot of concerns, and he doesn't want it to be inaccurate of what we adopt.
See, my response is only response is that, yes, I agree with you, it's a
Yeah.
rapidly changing environment, but we're also should be able to adapt to that rapidly changing environment so we know what it is we're saying, okay,
Sure.
we'll sign off to this. This makes great sense that we have something that deals with, particularly the part that says all hazards. I mean, all hazards is a very, very broad thing.
Right.
And you can let your mind wander a long ways in even beyond this.
Right.
I
Definitely
just
follow up
think that it's
questions.
probably just a little bit more vetting, I think, would
Yep.
satisfy me.
Yep. Yep.
Carrie?
Thank you. Chris, is this replacing the policy?
This one is not, the next one is, but this one is not.
And I did a bunch of reading on AOE about this, and they got a lot of guidance. They acknowledge that there's a lot of concerns. They acknowledge that had they had their way, the implementation date would have been much later. But the legislature said, nope, we're pushing it. So
Yeah.
The guidance is there's a lot of guidance that goes with this and a lot of concerns, and they're acknowledging that.
Yeah, so we're sort of doing step one
Yeah.
toward
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
And-
you know it's
yeah.
it's not ready,
Yeah.
but they're pushing it.
Yeah,
So.
correct.
Nancy?
So is it my understanding we don't, I know you got the Alice training, but do you have like other trainings that are in
I mean,
procedures?
I don't have any trainings. That would be a question for Chris or for Luke.
Okay, well, that's what I was wondering, because to echo what Paul said, I'd be interested to see what the procedures are. And I know those things change.
Yeah,
get that.
amended for sure, like
Yes,
being amended
yes.
actively, yes.
So what is the downfall if we don't approve this tonight? Because it seems like we've got a lot of,
Time.
Well, if we have to
It's
get two
time.
readings in and
We
it
gotta
has
get
to be
2
legally
readings? Okay.
adopted by August 1st, we run out of time.
Okay.
So
all right.
we just gotta, and I think, Giuliano, I don't know if it falls to you then to send this to Pietro tomorrow, and I could type something up and send it to you, and then you could send it to him or whatever you want, so that we at least have that answer back to by the second read, to help us feel okay about going forward.
We'll say that the policy committee did meet on these and they're recommending it. So I'm just thinking, we had a conversation about the facilities.
Anyone else on board? Andrea?
If you do approve a first read, that's the shortened version. Michael is right. This is a substantive change. You would have to have another first reading and then a second reading. When the only time we have first and second readings with any changes, they're minor changes.
Yeah.
I think that would be a question for Pietro. When you send it, if this gets approved, we could just ask him.
But would it work either way? If we keep everything and then make that change, would it still be?
I think striking it or not striking it is substantive. It's
So either way, if we have it and then get rid of it, or don't have it and then add it, it
No,
still adds.
Actually, I think it's, can I interrupt?
Sure.
I think it's actually the other way. And
Is it?
if you send it to Pietro and he says, it jives, right, with what VSBA says. VSBA's already put a thing in there, the red, what did you say?
Right, the
This is
disclaimer
optional,
basically.
essentially, right? So-
Well, yeah, local folks are, we're giving you permission to address this locally as is pertinent to your district. and your-
So if we leave
locale.
it in there and remove it, that's already VSB says that's within our purview. Versus if we remove it, there's nothing that says we can put it back without doing what Andrew's saying. Does that make sense?
It does, depending on who you talk to, but I agree that's the best way to approach it.
So my motion was to approve it as presented. Is that, we're
Yeah.
still okay with that? Or,
No, what I just said was leave
Different,
this in
opposite.
okay.
Right,
and then get Pietro's guidance tomorrow because it is within our wheelhouse to remove it. It's not within our wheelhouse to remove it and then put it back in without a first reading. So if we leave it in, it's within our scope and our wheelhouse to remove it. Or, I think.
Mhm.
But I think Pietro needs it.
So I'm okay adding it back in if that's okay with, because you're the second, right? You are?
I just feel like that. I feel like this part is procedural, and I understand Andrea's point that it's supposed to be in there, but I personally feel like more comfortable not having it in there because if this isn't what our procedure would be, it ties us to it. That's my concern.
So I think at this point, maybe what we should do is just kick it off to Pietro and have him provide and just warn it for the next 2 meetings.
Before we kick it out, I mean, we're gonna have to get this done by August 1st. And I understand what Chris is saying. I quite agree with you. My line of questions was just about what the board's responsibility is and what are we covering with this one paragraph, in essence? What Terry has just suggested was just leave it as is right now, and have Pietro then come back, and then if he says, sorry, this is all fine and well, and we should go that, then we vote on it, we're done. I just don't want to go backwards.
I think what Terry's saying is that we leave
We don't strike it.
we don't strike anything out
That's what I'm
For
saying.
this first reading.
for the
Right.
first reading.
Right.
Yeah, just the first
I mean,
reading.
my concern is just not moving forward at all, because then we're just gonna be in then we can't follow the law, right, of August 1st. So,
And I
Like-
think it's important to note, especially for the new members, we typically only have one meeting in July. That's the issue.
right, so we have just one more meeting.
Unless we do a
And
special
the
meeting.
reality is, they can continue to be amended. So we have to get something for August 1st.
Yeah.
That's
why I lean more towards just leaving it the way that the policy committee presented it, because of on the recommendation of the administration saying this doesn't jive with.
But if we're then gonna need basically a third reading, we will run out of time.
Right, and that's why, what I'm saying, Sonia, is just clearly, if we leave it alone right now, and Pietro comes back and says, you don't need all this stuff. we
Right,
pull
so
it
if-
and we're done.
So if we say to him, so listen, what we want to have is just this statement of policy, but we approve the first reading tonight with everything. But we send him an email tomorrow and say, we really just want this. So we're asking you on second reading, can we strike out all this? If he says yes, then we just do it, and that
The problem is
goes for
adding
second
that, yeah,
reading.
no. Because if he says that when you send just that one paragraph, then so well, you should add these other things back in there, and force it to third reading. And I don't want to do that.
And I can represent to him the concerns that Luke had of why striking those out is what they want to recommend, because all these other parts are changing. And it feels like it will be inadequate, and definitions are contradicting each other, and all of that.
I agree.
So we could, if we wanted to, make the motion to forward both of them at the same time. And then the next time, we just don't vote on the other one. And this way, we're in compliance either way.
What are we doing?
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
So I will modify my motion to warn both of those policies. Does that make
Terry's-
sense?
Are you talking
So-
about both
so we
versions
can-
or
Yeah.
both policies?
No,
Right,
both versions.
Both versions of
We
F3.
can-
Correct. We can motion to warn the second reading for both of them, and then the next time, we just,
Take the one that Pietro recommends.
it's a possibility to do that. I mean, this way we're within compliance and
All we have to do is just
Right.
leave
Leave
it
it
as
as it
is
is.
without strikeouts. And say, okay, Pietro, what is your opinion? And Chris said she's gonna have a memo backing it up saying, no, this is what the policy committee recommended.
Right, these are the concerns of the
And, This is
administration.
what the board is concerned about. Do you think we need this other stuff? It says no, then we come back and go to the one paragraph.
Like, basically, can we take it out while they're finishing it up? Yeah, for the second.
We can also, Andrea told us at the beginning of the meeting, approve a policy on a first reading as long as it's warned 10 days in advance. So in July, if we send this to Pietro now, both of these policies for vetting, we can approve them in July on one reading, as long as we send it out 10 days before for warning.
So if we did approve just the top part, and he says, no, you really should have the whole thing, we can warn it more than 10 days in advance for first and final reading with the entire thing. Yes.
I'm worried about that because we've been getting tangled up in our warnings. I mean, you're gonna have to put that down as a template. So we're gonna do this 10 days before we have that
When
meeting
is,
to make sure we meet that. So we don't get forgotten. If we got forgotten, then we're screwed.
Do we have the same issue with the second one?
It's the same issue.
It is the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah. But we have F25 in place already, so that's a rescission of that. But yeah, there's something else I want to say about that when we get there, but it was a similar issue.
I mean, we could do, if need be, we could do a special remote meeting, right?
Right.
If we had to for this or that.
If you're adding things back in,
Right, no,
you have to have
Well,
those 10 days. That's a trigger.
What was it gonna remember first?
I like the 2 mornings. But
If, for example, we approve just the top paragraph and leave all the strikeouts there,
Mhm.
if Edra then reviews this and says, well, you should add these other things back in, what happens to that process? That's my concern. Then that 10-day thing really counts, and it may trigger a second meeting.
Mhm.
And that should concern us all, especially in July. That's all.
So maybe as a least bad of 2 options, we, I don't know, approve it with the strike throughs in and ask him if we can take it out.
Exactly.
I
And he
don't
takes it
know.
out, we're done.
Not to complicate things even more, but there's 2 meetings scheduled in July, and I don't want to get into a big conversation about when those meetings will be, but if you go for this first meeting in July, which is the 12th, and next week, that really only gives you a
We're up
week.
against the clock, yeah.
Yeah, so just taking that all into consideration.
Which is why this would be cleaner. If we let
Or
the
just
strike
keep it
things
in.
in.
Well, I think you also could potentially run up against, is there anyone working next week in Pietro's office? Tomorrow's Friday. And next
Unfortunately,
week-
tomorrow is Thursday.
Oh, tomorrow's Thursday.
Sorry, boss.
no, but you make a valid point. I mean,
I'm just saying, some people
It's summer,
take,
right.
it's the 4th of July week, and some people may be off, and so I'm just concerned that if we say, well, we're really gonna count on Pietro to get back to us, and he doesn't get back to us, then we're really in a bind, so.
Well, we could just adopt the whole thing and make modifications after the 1st, because that's within our rights. We can take the policy again
Yep.
and modify
That's
it.
correct.
So we can just approve the whole thing straight through and then work on it later.
So I'll modify my motion to add that all back in.
Who was the second?
That was me.
Oh,
My only hangup is that there's no administrators here, and that's my biggest issue.
why is it Luke here? Because he's filling in as, he's got a superintendent's license.
Separate issue.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't know if I feel comfortable, because they were at the policy committee and they asked for that part, so that's the only thing that that's my biggest.
And I guess sort of on
Concern.
that, like we don't disagree, and our hands are a little bit tied right in this moment.
Yeah.
So like so if we vote to keep it in, we're giving a soft yes, and we're trying to do what you've asked, and we're gonna check with the lawyer.
Okay.
Like it's sort of
I
the
get
good
that.
enough way to go, kind of like it's not perfect either way, but
Yeah, I think it being a potential statutory issue, I think we have.
Yeah.
If there wasn't some conflicting statutory language, I think it's easy, but
Yeah.
because there's some conflict, I totally hear what the administrators are saying, but we have to comply with the statute.
Yeah. I mean, and this is coming up more and more, and some of the drug stuff was similar, like just
Right.
definitions are changing. Lots of things are changing, but they're still like adopted. And you're like, well, that's not factual. So that's not accurate. That's not, the state police have a concern that, it's just all these things. So, but anyway, so.
I'll revise I'll find with the change to the motion as the seconder.
Just to clarify, that is to adopt everything.
Yes. No strike throughs.
No strike throughs.
Andrea?
Yeah, I was just say, if I were the board, I would want to err on the side of caution, because even the access control, looking at the statute, it says the district board shall adopt an access control and visitor management policy that at a minimum requires that all school sites and supervisory union and supervisory district offices lock exterior doors during the day.
Not on that one yet. We still.
Oh, I thought you were doing both of them.
No, we're not doing both
No.
of them.
Okay, and it does say the policy shall require all visitors, yada, yada, yada. All the stuff that was pulled out, statute is saying is required.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, then moving on to,
So I will make a motion to move the final or sorry, the reading of a second reading for the access control visitor management with the strikeout language added back in.
The first reading.
You approve for first reading? Yes,
That's what I meant.
that's what he meant.
Well, move it on to the second reading, but which means I approve it.
Second.
Motion by Michael, second by Sonia. Any discussion? Chris, you wanted to,
Yeah, so so we will not vote on rescinding F-25, which is in the packet, because we're not going to rescind that until we have adopted the new one. But F-25 is in there, and it does show that that policy is just a statement of policy without definitions, administrative responsibilities. So just as a comparison to be there. And then, was there something I wanted to tell you about what Luke presented? Also part of this is rescinding a policy E32, which we do not currently have, so that's not necessary for us to do. And currently, because the F-25 was previously just a recommended policy, some districts have nothing in place already for access control. So this is sort of just representing that we have been in a good shape with this kind of issue, having adopted that policy previously. And we'll just leave it at that for tonight.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So is it with the understanding that we would do the same thing with this policy and send it to Pietro? Is that the
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Although that's what you seconded was the entirety. I think that's what it said.
No, but I'm
Well-
saying we're also going to send this one to Pietro with the first one to say, hey, is it okay if we strike this out? Okay. I just want to make sure we were all on the same page.
And of note, this one also has the disclaimer from the VSBA about being able to modify it for local considerations. And like I said, all of the policies do not have that on their website. So this is a unique situation. And the timeline might be part of that, of them recognizing that people are in tricky situations.
So I won't ask the obvious question, because the thing that stands out is still that last line, the safety, security of the district's physical space assets is shared responsibility of all members of the district.
Yes.
So
That's a broad statement, and that's why it should.
one of the things that came up at policy was in the fall that some of these issues might be worth a presentation from administration to the whole board on those types of things and what those procedures look like and how things are implemented. So because there are questions that came up and stuff about the ALICE training and how different situations are handled. That might be something to hear about, not only because it's important safety stuff, but also because it's changing so much from school year to school year and how things are carried out. So that's definitely on the radar.
Sonia?
Did you talk at all with regard to the previous policy or this policy? I understand, the board wanting to understand what those plans and protocols look like, but at the same time, I think we have also a duty to sort of protect those plans, if you will, because part of it is making sure that we're not like, hey, this is what we do, and these are because if it's an active shooter drill, let's say, like we don't want to say these are all the. Do you see what I'm saying? So how was there any discussion about that, about how to sort of present a plan but not present a plan?
No, it was more about the changing ways of the programs being more inflexible now. Of telling there was a time where it was a change to teachers or professionals are allowed in the moment to decide what is the best thing to do. Is it to get out? Is it to fight back? Is it to in these types of situations? And Luke was talking about. Just basically that program being purchased by another entity. It's now copywritten. It's no longer flexible. So there's also just training that needs to happen as well. So while we are interested, the teachers in the district also need to be trained on that stuff because it is a change even from what they were told last year. Like this is how we handle these
Yeah.
situations.
I'm just concerned about presenting to the wider community, like training staff and teachers is one thing, and presenting to the board on a sort of upper level is fine. But I also think we have to be careful because that's
Right, you don't want to, if someone is planning something, like give them a roadmap of what your response is going to be. Right.
exactly,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
But on
So
the
good.
preparedness side, you don't want to put a lid on it because you're trying to train so many people.
Yeah, I
You're
think
not
it's
gonna- you're
a
not gonna be able to do
balance.
this.
it's a balance. I'm just saying
It's gonna
maybe
be out there.
yeah,
I think you can leave that to the administration and figure that out.
Right.
They'll know.
right.
But perhaps an agenda item to ask some of these questions and give some of the concerns.
Andrea?
Yeah, my understanding was it was the training that was inflexible, and it could only be trained in one specific way, so it couldn't address the trauma-informed training. Not that the actual safety protocols were changing, but that the way the training went, it was copyrighted, and they were not allowed to deviate from the training plan at all. So I don't know so much as what's going on during an emergency changes. It was the training that he was concerned about. And there is one of the reasons for going into executive session does include for safety reasons. So if there was something specific you didn't want the general public to know about the training, you can go into executive session for that.
Okay.
Great, thank you. All right, so everyone's fine with the motion and the second?
Yes.
All right, I would like to add something to that. You don't need me, I'm gonna cut the middleman out, so we'll have the board allow Chris to talk to Pietro.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. I'll work on it tomorrow.
All in favor?
Bye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Chris, clock is ticking.
What's that?
I said, Chris, the clock is ticking.
Listen, I'm on summer vacation, Paul. I don't have to work tomorrow, so.
All right, this is 8.7, rescind access control Act 25, and we are going to move that to our next meeting when we approve F4. All right, this is the exit survey results. I will go grab Carol and we can discuss that.
Don't forget to sign this when you have a chance. I know you've got a bunch of notes you're making.
We just all going along.
Yeah, there were no more lines.
I'm gonna switch places.
Did you all have a chance to read through these?
Michael?
Yeah, one of the things with the exit survey is, allows you to select multiple answers for, it would be nice to have like, this is my top answer versus just like, check, check, check. Or, give them one option. I would prefer, like, please organize these in your top. Because you look at it and it's got percentages and, the percentages are not helpful.
Well, some of these are others, like we
Yeah.
didn't give them 20 choices.
Right. I'm just saying that if we gave them, instead of doing it that way, I'm on the wrong page. But, yeah. So, for example, you've got, 29%, 18%. Is this the one? This is not the one.
I was gonna say, where are you?
It's,
Yeah, percentages.
yeah, the percent, there we go. So you've got 25, 26, and, did I? Yeah, it's, I just, it would be nice to see them, this is my top concern. Because compensation, it's up there, but maybe that's like well, that is an issue, but it's not the biggest issue. Or same thing with like family circumstances, you know, it could be, that might not be the top issue that they have. Because we want to see, or at least I want to see, I shouldn't say we, I would like to see what is the top issue for why they're leaving. Because there's always, when you leave a company, there's that one big reason that you're leaving. And then there's other reasons below that that's like, yeah, well, that's a problem too. But if it weren't for that big reason, I would stick around.
I almost agree with that.
That's okay.
I think people leave, you're right. I think there's not always one reason. I think there's that kicker that, you know, pushes it into I'm leaving, and, you know, sometimes there's family issues and it's money. And I think that's why I put a lot of narrative in there, you know, to give you a better sense. The questions, the percentages and stuff, that never means much to me.
Yeah.
The narrative means much to me.
So maybe would you be willing to just make an additional section that says this is the top reason, and continue to have the other, but this way we can have a good idea of, you know, what it is.
Yeah, we changed some of it last year, and I don't mind changing it again if there's certain things you want to see. You know, there are some other questions to this. We reworked it this year. So.
And the other thing is like the comments in the bottom section. It would be nice to know, not names, but like, you know, number one, you know, made all these comments. Because I mean, and I don't know how it's divided up in there. Is there multiple comments for one individual or two individuals?
In each section, I've broken them out.
Right. The final comments, is it just, there's not somebody, is it possible that one person is providing multiple answers? I guess that's.
Yeah, because there's different questions, so they'll put an answer to each question. So, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It would be nice to see that if there's a common thread. And then if there's an individual.
In one person, you mean?
Yeah.
You're saying group it like person versus question.
Correct.
Then I don't think you're not going to get like a combined look. I think sometimes, you know, when looking at one person, it's hard to compare to each other because there's, you know, almost 50 of them.
Right, but we don't have 50, you know, comments. We only have, it could be one person that's commenting on every single one of them. And, you know, they could be setting a narrative in their comments, but it looks like, does that make sense? Like you could, if you don't have everybody making comments, one person could skew the comments. Like you could put down like, I hate, you know, whoever in every single comment. And then you look at it and you're like, oh my goodness, there's like, you know, going down through, there's like 5 different comments that say this. Is that a, you know, something that's a case?
You don't want to reflect the small pool.
Correct.
I think my concern with that, Michael, is that for there's some level of anonymity in this, and then when you pull all of those comments together, you may lose that, because right now, you know, they may have answered some very basic answer to one question, and then another question has gone into more detail, and then now you know who said what. And so I think it just, I'm a little concerned about tracking them by, and maybe that's in executive session, we would be allowed to see that kind of thing, but I feel like we have to also protect the confidentiality on some level, and doing it that way makes it, in my opinion, you're like tiptoeing closer to that line.
And I get that. I mean, there's no names because that's, well, I mean, there should be like no identifying. I don't know who those people are based on reading them.
Right.
And even if you group them together, I don't think I would know who it is.
But what I'm saying is, and not in this particular group, but last year, if someone had said, or this year, if someone had said, I'm leaving the high school because I just don't have the supplies I need for art, and I'm making this up. The art teacher is not leaving. But do you see what I'm saying? Then every single answer was from the high school art teacher who is now leaving. And so I think that's where I think we just have to be careful. That's all I'm saying.
So in that case, I would personally like to see it because it makes way more,
Yeah.
and
But I think because this is a public document in our packet.
that's fine. Yeah, no, you get it.
Carol, didn't we, last time we reviewed, didn't we decide that we were gonna give the writer the option of sharing with the board or not? I thought we talked about that.
Well, I had changed it, and I'll actually read you what I said, because this is what's at the beginning of the exit interview. We thank you in advance for sharing your information about your decision to leave the district. Your open and honest feedback will help our district continue to grow as we reflect on things that we can improve upon and celebrate areas of growth and success. I would be more than happy to meet with you in person to complete your exit interview. Please call me if you'd like to do your exit interview. I can be reached at Google. Please note the information may be shared with the administrators, board, and general public. Emails are not collected as part of the survey. If you choose not to complete the exit interview, it would be appreciated if you would answer question number 1 and let us know why. We appreciate your time, contribution, process. Best of luck.
But I think we had talked about giving them an out, right? If they didn't want to share with the board, and that would solve Sonia's problem, right? If there was a question, do you want to share with the board? No, you don't include it.
Well, I have some concern and confusion. I used to present these in executive session and was able to, there's a lot I can tell looking at this along with information I have outside of this. And so I can talk more openly in executive session about specific people and or problems. But the stuff that's, that I'm talking about now goes out to the public. And it's, we've seen a decrease in exit interviews. Like I don't want to keep making it so wide. I would actually say that at this point, it's better to do stay interviews than exit interviews. When you look at the last sheet, our turnover for our teachers is actually down, but that's considering, if you're looking at FY20, granted there was a pandemic, but if you're looking at our teachers and professional staff, 36 to 47 to 67 to 58. So this year is actually better than last year, but still incredibly high. So, next year, I don't know what we're going to learn.
I have a number of questions. First of all, Carol, I really appreciate the work and how you put this together. I'm looking at the second page, and although it talks about there were 44 respondents and 43 in the second graph, so it kind of singularized categories that I find very, very helpful. For example, compensation of wages. I would be surprised if it wasn't 44% out of that. That's what we're dealing with all the time. We have the quality of management, where we had 25 respondents, and that was 58% of the total.
Paul, if I can interrupt real quick. Sure. What Michael said, those percentages aren't correct, right? So if you add up all those percentages, that's way more than 100%. So
Yeah, I have that. I was coming to that, Terry. In fact, I have a note to that effect. But what I'm saying is it was gone from the respondents, even though they may have responded to one question, they responded to another. I get it. I think that's probably where Mike's question, but he did point to what the question was, which is good to know. And we went on to talk about other things. So there were 26 people, for example, out of 43 respondents. And you can do that and say, of those 26 people responding, there was 60%. The percentage really is not the important thing. The fact is that you're talking about these graph lines here, and the ones that are the largest graph lines are the ones that should be important to the board. One of the things I thought was it was nice to know that 30% of them, or 13, I'll leave the percentage out, 13 of our respondents moved on because of family circumstances. It's a fact of life. It's good to know that. Career advancements, there was only 7. I was expecting that to be higher. but it was not. So that was a good thing. The other thing that surprised me in this was the number of people who went out of state. And that was about 62% of all respondents were moving out of state from what I could see here. In your
62%?
next graph, next page.
No, this is district in Vermont,
Yeah, but they also talked about going out of state.
but that's, I have a colorless one.
I do too.
But that means that they may be going out of state or out of education altogether.
Right.
So,
Right. Yeah, I left the second part out. Pardon me.
confusing me,
We're going to
Paul.
reread the whole thing.
Confusing.
But I did have one other question to you is, there was one in here that talked about, when you have to take the time to look things up, it means you did a good service. That's what I really want to say. So I'm paying that compliment. Rather than getting into the commentary is good, although things probably should have been redacted when names were used, obviously. And my question is to how we've gone down this road now 3, maybe 4 times now where we've had FOIA requests and all this other stuff, and things don't get redacted even that.
Yep.
I thought we had something of a fail-safe so we wouldn't be seen at it again. Is there
Well-
some system that we need to throw in there?
Well, there is a system in there because those names, I took out employee names, but not administrator names. So when I had done the large FOIA request, it was so large that I'd worked with Pietro through a bunch of it and learned that although some of those things are uncomfortable and sensitive issues, that those names of the administrator should be left in there.
Okay.
So I did not go to him on these specific people, but what I can say is that there were very similar comments and worse comments in the FOIA request that he had specifically said you need to leave those in.
Okay,
So I
that's good to
didn't-
know.
so I didn't take those out.
You sent out an email, I did read it, and I said, oh, that's an interesting positive. But, since it already went out, once it's
Yeah.
gone out.
I
canary's
always had redacted everything. I had always taken every name out of those. I mean, we've seen them for a couple of years, but
But for the board, it'd be good in even executive session, because it kind of gives us a little bit more intuitive understanding.
I would be happy to talk in executive session.
Yeah,
Please remember where we were last year and not wanting anything to go into executive session. So I tried to strike a balance here.
So it was intentional you left those in.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I think,
Does anyone else have any other questions?
yeah,
Oh, Nicole.
oops.
I don't have a question, but I do have an observation, and I think to your comment, Carol, these are the people that are leaving, and we have a lot of people who are still staying. And so, what do we do to get information from the people that are staying and why they're choosing to stay, and maybe the things that they wish were different, which may line up with some of these concerns, but there wasn't that one straw that broke the camel's back that said, "Oh, there's a job right next door," or this district has a better pay rate, or whatever it is. But why are they staying here is, I guess, this is important information, and that information may line up with some of this, but they may, there may be, we need to weigh it all, I guess, is what I'm thinking.
I think it's important anytime, but I think especially after the last 2 years we've had, the stay information is now more important than the exit information.
So will you be doing something like that?
I guess I will.
Okay.
We do a lot of
TBD.
we do a lot of surveys, and there's like Karen has hers for a certain purpose, and there's different ones. But I would like to do one specifically with stay information, and also I plan to work that into a marketing campaign for our hires.
Perfect.
So
Okay. Thank you.
so yes.
Just want to interject and follow up on what Sonia just said, because when we've observed, even in the negotiations and so forth, we have a lot of personnel that have stayed here a lot of years, have already hit the top of their steps, tables, and so forth. And when you're looking at half your employee hitting your top table, that's says they're staying here for some reason. I would like to know that too.
Yeah.
Michael?
Yeah, it's to the the Gallup survey that I was talking about, and I would love to do that. Sometime you want to meet and talk about that?
I would, but
Absolutely.
we have no funds for something like that.
We have like $600,000 in surplus from last year. and,
Not available to me.
So
That would be up to you all.
that's fine. I'm okay with that.
There's somebody online, I can't
I
say.
want to make sure the board
Yep,
got,
okay.
and then I'll
No,
go to
okay.
Josh.
Couple things. Well, one, it's kind of some of the info that I think the stay information is interesting too, but 50% of the folks that are leaving are 5 years or less. And then about 57% are leaving school. So I think as we talked about some of the things that go on in our district, I think those things are very common. But anyway, I am very thankful that we do this. I think this is a really important process. I think it's important that folks have the ability to provide open and honest feedback. Even like Carol said, even if some of it doesn't feel nice, I think it's really important that opportunity is out there. Reading through this whole thing and reading a lot of the comments, I see a lot of comments and concerns that I've had folks, staff, discuss with me privately, and always with the condition that, hey, I'll talk to you about this, but please don't ever share my name. I don't want anybody to know I'm raising concerns, which alone should raise a concern for us, right? And I think it's important that, I could probably count on my two hands the number of people that have done that. So I think it's interesting when you read through these that, our culture is not for our folks to speak up. And I'll kind of speak for everybody around the table, but not speak for anybody other than myself. I would tell our staff that there isn't a board member here that wouldn't be happy to listen to.
Absolutely.
Every board member cares about this district and this school and these folks. So I don't think there's anybody that sits around this table that would say, no, I don't want to talk to you. Right? I think that's important to say. And then I think it's important that, while we may not agree on everything, I know I can speak for myself. I am definitely not anti-teacher. I will tell you that. But I am willing to listen to anyone, right? And I put this out there all the time. Any staff member at any level, if you have concerns and you want to talk, even if it's confidentially and you want it anonymous and you don't want it to go any further other than just to get it off your chest, I am happy to listen because we can't solve problems. I think what's great about doing this, Carol, we can't solve problems until we shine light on it, right? So for the staff that are watching or listening or that watch this later, if you have issues, reach out to one of these board members. There's plenty of us here that are really good listeners and would be really, really glad to hear anything that you have to say and help you address your concerns. So thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes, I have a question, Carol. I was wondering what I hear a lot about is student behavior, children's behavior, and that was not an option in here of why they were leaving.
Well, they had the chance to put it in.
They did.
They did, but you can see from the comments, that's
Well,
why the
that's where
narrative's
it was-
important
Mhm.
is,
Yeah, that's
and
where
I
was going.
think,
And I see you got retirement twice, retirement. So that's what they put in. Okay, okay.
well, that was my hopeful. I put retiring in there a couple times.
Okay. It's like-
You were channeling.
Yeah, wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking.
So what I got out of, I read all the input, and I thought it was great. It was valuable, good, bad, and ugly. I thought it was great. What stuck out to me was behaviors, which we just talked about. Teacher support. The fact that it sounds like they're saying they're struggling mentally, and then also administration is suffering in some of their words with leadership, accountability, and stuff like that. And then the other thing that was really concerning to me was the word abuse was used, unsafe and unhealthy environment. I think these are all things that I think that we should have an executive session to discuss in a little more detail with administration, and maybe do a survey to the teachers that are here in this one way to validate some of this information. The mental health of our teachers, I am really concerned about because that was quite a bit in there. And I would like to know what we can do to improve on that. And that would be a conversation, obviously, with administration. One comment was, it's not, you shouldn't run it like a business, but I'm gonna say this again. You have to, in order to give the kids opportunities and keep the programming, that all the programming that's here now stays, there's money for additional programming. But we need to manage that so that we can provide those opportunities for students. I do have a question. I did hear that the athletic department is trying to raise money for new jerseys. And I'm wondering why that is when we've got surplus and a budget that was just passed of 5%. I know you probably don't have the answers for that.
I don't have the answers. I definitely think that's for you and for Lisa, but I would also love that question answered, because there's many times where it's sort of a directive or a wish is given, and there seems to be this perception of a lot of money out there, and there's really not, not to use, and that's not. I think it, should be discussed later. If you'd like to give me more money, I can help.
Yeah, it just came in with that, but we have to monitor our financial position, and that's one of the questions, and the outcome of the education for our students.
I think that comment, because I've heard it a number of times, I think that when I have heard it from a place where a few teachers have said to me, they don't understand, they being, doesn't matter who it is, but they. And I think they find it disrespectful when that's said. I don't come from education. When I came here, I thought it was extremely wacky the way things are run, but I think there's like a fine balance to be had. And I think that's all that comment was.
Yeah.
I think the budget season really just turned a lot of people away from cooperative learning, which we need to do. So I would love to spend more time with you in executive session, talking about some information that I gather.
Well, I think this information is very valuable, and I think it needs to be dissected and really looked at, and also, to Michael Booton's point, a survey with people that are here, so we can really kind of get a true picture of is this true? Is this really happening? Because when I saw abuse, I was very concerned about the safety and environment of our students. What's going on. But anyways, I also think we need to check out the teachers' environment. If they're struggling, what can we do? Let's put our heads together and come up with making things better. The last thing I want to say is I'm going to echo what Terry said. I welcome any staff, teacher, administrator if they want a one-on-one. I am more than willing to sit down and listen to suggestions, concerns, thoughts, whatever, and in a confidential manner. And that's it.
I would love it if you offered that to all of the teachers in an open session together. I think it would be great. And I think specifically with the behaviors, I think we all know that the schools have had a tough time. Students, everyone. And when you listen to the people that are supporting us with that, the social workers of the world, the restorative classroom teachers of the world, I think that you would hear a lot of information that would be very helpful to you all. And, until we see what's behind, all of this, some of it's understaffing. There's a bunch of reasons, but I think that it not only will lend to better teamwork and respectfulness, but we have experts that we employ that are in these schools, in very difficult schools. And I would love for you to take time to talk to them and, to see where the issues are coming from and how we can all help them. Because we do have the business side of things, and sometimes we can be helpful.
Yes, and that's very important. Very important. I was just going to say, what are you going to do with this now? Once we leave this building tonight, what is going to happen? Do you have a plan?
Well, I'm going to continue to work on the things that that I've been working on all along. It's things like, the behavior end, there's an issue. We're working on, our workers' comp numbers and trying to get the injuries down. But I'm walking away from here. We're working with PATH. You see something in your packet, but beyond that, we've gotten some money from the state, and it's I think it's called the PATH Forward Grant, but it's more money given to us directly from the AOE. And that money is meant, they gave that money to the PATH program to certain districts who needed help in areas where we need help. And this summer, we're going to be working with the administrators over the whole summer. So it's, I think everyone in the district were all emotionally, bruised a little bit. And I think one of the issues that came up clearly to me last year was that people were worried about our administrators. And then, when you have administrators who can't lead, that leads to all sorts of problems, the least of being high turnover, So that is the kind of work that we're doing. We're bringing in outside experts and counselors. We're working with coaches. So right at this moment, we're starting from the top down.
Okay.
Hopefully,
So you're telling me that there is kind of a plan with the administration, and I would love to have a follow-up because, if these teachers are leaving because of what they're seeing, what all this, it's concerning to me, and I think it needs to be a priority. So why I'm asking you what your plan is, what the superintendent's plan is, what the principals. I mean, I think we can all put our heads together and support these people and try to help them out.
And I think, well, I have you all together. I think it's really important to see the work that's already being done. I think, having the opportunity to move to 2 assistant principals at Berry City with an extremely strong principal, the assistant principals, they usually focus more on behavior. So I think that's Brenda moving over there. I mean, I think that is a very big a move forward supporting the behavioral systems. They need to be strengthened. In some cases, they need to be built. The restorative classrooms are just, I think we maybe had them 2 years, maybe. Somebody will correct me, but, they're new and we need to do things like that. That also takes money, I think. But, sometimes, in a crisis.
We're going to agree to disagree, but I think there's plenty of money.
Okay. Listen, I know.
I know.
I don't do the finances, but I only know what's in my budget.
So a couple of things that you've said that I'm really interested in the STAY survey, and I'm especially interested because the whole last part of the exit survey was, is there anything that you want to tell the board? And I noticed a somewhat common theme that the board isn't supportive. And so an interesting thing that I'm hoping that we as a board can hear that and understand what our role is in helping to retain teachers, but also the teachers who are staying, how do they feel? Is there anything that they want us to know as well? And you were talking about having, teachers be able to come to us, and Terry and Nancy both said, made that offer. But in the same way that someone says to Terry, I want to talk to you, but I don't want you to tell anybody. Is there a way to have an anonymous survey so that if there is a concern and if it's about the school board, we need to know, like, what are we doing? How can we be better at doing this job to support the teachers? And so I would like to know that. And if people don't feel comfortable raising their hand and telling us in an open session, I'd like to know it still. So I think that I hope you do the STAY survey, and I hope you include questions about the board as well. So
Do that.
Yeah, so regarding some of the comments that were made, the exit survey did say, hey, this is going to be shared publicly. And if they put bad stuff in there, they have every right to do that. I do want to make mention, Karen, Nora, Patrick, Prudence, and I think I saw Rachel on there. My phone number, you can call anytime, is 1 on Berry City. It's online, you can get it, but I'll tell you, it's 802-272-2858. And you can call me anytime you have any questions. or you have concerns. You know, I recently spoke to someone that had some concerns, and I know that Chris is out of the office this week, but you know, hopefully we can figure out the situation.
It's very hard. I'm sure they all appreciate your offer, as you have offered to me, and I appreciate it as well. It's hard when employees are talking to one person and one person because you all don't get the same conversation. I would really recommend more informal. You know, I think we've all been traumatized by board meetings, frankly, and I think that more social, you know, meet and greets. You know, the breakfast things you did were great. I think some less formal, less intimidating, less being, you know, with I'll put my air quotes around public comment, like those types of things will help more. And I think if you're all hearing the same thing at the same time, it will be valuable. And I know there are teachers at this meeting who will be very willing to speak to you.
Again,
Thumbs up.
my phone number right there, and you can, I mean, I'm also on Facebook, you can reach out to me.
I just have a follow-up, and it has to deal with the last page of this BUUSD staff terminations. Can you explain to me that line on both sections, all staff and professional staff, particularly where it says all staff? We have in that first one, the year 2023, and then we have 38. The 38 number really kind of threw me because if we're doing a total in these columns, it just doesn't add up.
Where are you looking, Carl?
The last.
Staff
Well,
count, professional staff.
The very bottom line page.
Okay.
What is the 38?
The 38 is not under BUSD.
So
I
that's,
think that
there's
it's
a-
is switched. Well, I think Berrytown and BUUSD is flip-flopped.
So it should be 5 and 38, 38 and 5.
what is the BUUSD if we have the other schools already in there? I'm trying to understand.
Central
Well,
office.
Central office, you know, your administrators, your
So we lost 38 administrators and stuff in 1 year.
felt like it, but no, I was 5 last year. No,
I'm just trying to
I-
make sense of the number. And the same thing's on the bottom one. I just want to know, this wasn't summarily brought together. That's probably a separate category.
Yes.
Nancy, believe it or not, you blew through your 10 minutes.
Ben Moore has his hand raised.
Ben?
Hey, just a comment I want to make from what I'm hearing, especially when it's our teaching staff, is like saying comments that don't want to be named. To me, that really says they don't feel like they have agency in solving these problems that they're coming up to. And I think that really is our role when we look at some of this stuff, is how do we get them to have the agency to feel empowered to be helping the school out, whether it's behavior issues or other things, rather than it feeling so top down. And I think that can be the feeling when it comes to that. And it really has to be when we do new policies, when we try to solve these problems, it does have to come from the ground up. They have to be included, and we have to find time for them to be included in ways for them to be heard, because they're the ones there. They're the ones in school dealing with all the problems. So that goes for our administrators as well. And I just think the more we can do that for them, the more we will keep, because they're professionals. This is their job. Many of them have master's degrees. Some of them have PhDs. So we just need to respect that.
Thank you, Ben. Josh, you had your hand up?
He's gone. So I just want to have a question. It says the amount of abuse that is tolerated in RC. What is RC?
Restorative classroom.
All right, thank you.
Great. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. I also wanted to say I liked some of the feedback around more fun and like feel good stuff for people, like talking about merch and t-shirts and things like that. You know, these are problems that exist at all schools around here, and you know, me working at Montpelier, it's no different. wearing our shirts on Fridays and getting a new hat on the last day of school. That was our like UES hats. Like it made us laugh. It's silly. They're trucker hats. They look ridiculous, and we all wore them all day. And we're like, hey, nice hat. You know, these types of things mean something to people. Of like, we all have these silly things. I think there were things in there about providing food on professional development days. That's also a struggle in a lot of districts of how do you pay for that? How do you provide that? Coffee and bagels and all of that. It means a tremendous amount to all of us working in education. And it's hard to pay for it. And I know that. But those are some things that I saw again and again of like, let us have fun, let us connect, let us not have every meeting be so scheduled every second of all the business that has to be done. And I get it that we want to capitalize on all the time and do all the work and do all the things. And our folks are saying how much they are struggling and how much they're looking for those little nuggets to try to feel better and connect around those types of things. So, you know, those things mean a lot, even if they're just things here
Well, and then there. I'll have a present for you on my way out.
Yeah.
'Cause we have some white sunglasses that say I Heart Berry Schools. Laura Potter is she's working with Karen Fredericks and she's on some hiring and a bunch of different stuff. One of the things we're going to do is attend the Heritage Festival and the park, the music in the park. And we have a popcorn machine, we have all this stuff. So we're going to try to do more community outreach too. But because of that, when we have had this merch stuff, people are so excited about it. Again, we don't have a budget for it. And I did steal some money. But, you know, in the past, it's, you know, I've had to come to the board to say, like, can I have $1,000 for this? And it would be great if maybe something did come from the board like that. You know, we've made, you know, book bags that we're going to have that kids can take books and we can get rid of the library books that we recycle every year. And even that stuff, I think, makes people feel better. But I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, we got the PATH grant and did the mason jar salads, and you know, our PATH team really stepped up. It was awesome. The other part of that is that we had to do, you know, the PATH grant we had to spend on mason jars, and Laura Tyson worked really hard to get food for, you know, for that day, which is a little disappointing to me. It's, you know.
The other thing, and I know we're going to talk about the healthy schools afterwards, but some districts are also contracting with like mental health corporations that do talk therapy online and offering that to employees as a benefit of their employment. You can have this many sessions per month or per quarter for you, for your family, even for high school students. That's being offered in some districts. So those types of like mental health services as a benefit to say, like, we see you, we hear you, and this is how we can provide this confidentially for you to seek it out, you know, on your own. So those types of things make a big difference too, as well. Even if people, maybe that's not exactly what they want, but it's like, here's in the list of all the things we're doing to help with mental health supports, not just for the kids, but for the teachers and staff also.
We're trying to make the EAP a little less formal, because when you hear EAP, I mean, it sounds like Blue Cross Blue Shield and very technical. And but we're trying to work with them because they do have a great plan for that. And also through PATH, we also are working with coaches. And, you know, I can call a coach, you know, Prudence can call a coach, and any one of us that we just need to spend more time helping people access that.
Yeah, and Talkspace is another company that a lot of people use, some districts are using.
Michael, you're going to finish us up?
Ben has his hand raised.
Yes. Well, you can go first.
So Ben.
Oh, it just also gives me a plug that we have a STEAM lab, and I think probably Berrytown and Berry City schools probably have vinyl cutters. We can make merch at Spalding STEAM lab, and you can have a thing where kids design it as well. We can do hats. They have a heat press for shirts. So that's just a little plug to get that use and have it be more community oriented for the school as well. That they're making stuff that matters to their school community.
And I just want to say what you said is 100%. Those small little silly things make a difference, which is the reason why I wanted to give my stipend to it. And I forfeited my stipend.
You're giving me your stipend?
Not you personally, but if you want to put it into a
I
line
can't buy
item,
a lot of merch for that, but I appreciate every dollar.
there you go.
Carol, will you be able to answer any questions on the SU program?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to kind of bump that up next,
Okay, thank you.
so you get Carol out here.
And then could we take a break after that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Does anyone have questions on that?
Is it an action item we need to approve?
We need Giuliano's signature.
Yeah.
It's not a contract, it's just that the PATH team wants everyone to commit to participating. So you'll see our BEA needs to sign, our PATH leaders, our business manager.
And it's due tomorrow, or it's due Friday, the 30th?
It's due Friday.
Yeah, okay.
I'd make a motion to give the board chair permission to sign the agreement for the V High Path program. Is that
Healthy SUs.
Healthy SU program?
I will second that.
Motion by Sonia, second by Chris. Any discussion?
Is this currently in place? It is, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
This was our first year.
So we're already doing it.
Yeah.
It's for the next year, right?
This is for them.
Anyone else?
Is this being funded, has been funded in the past and continue that funding?
This is the first year that we've had this, this past year, which the mason jar salads and that was part of this. And then this one that I'm asking you to sign will be for this coming school year.
Fiscal year 24.
So I was just looking at the planning purposes, the SU is $20 per FTE and so forth, which is trying to, and that's already in existence and we're just redoing,
Basically, yes.
basically.
PATH has, VISBIT, VHI, PATH, they have been very generous to us. So we've actually been, I think they've been putting more into us than that, but that grant, I don't remember if it's 10,000 or what it is, but they're working with us a lot and they're giving us a lot of support.
Nancy?
So when you say you're getting a lot of support, if financially that they're paying for this program, they're contributing, let me say that, okay, they're contributing, okay. So that means the $20 per person, that's an annual fee? Or,
I think that's just how it, like the $20 is just an accounting figure in there, because this can be used for a number of things.
Okay.
So are you saying that, are you asking about the total amount of the grant or just that it's what we're gonna
Well,
spend
I'm
the
wondering about
$20
this
on?
program and how it applies to each employee that they use. Is the district covering any monetary value that goes to so the employee can participate?
We are not paying for it.
The district, but those grants
The
are.
grants are.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you keep track of that?
Joe Kilby, grant manager.
Okay, excellent. All right. Thank you.
So a clarifying question. This is basically an application to apply for the grant so we can have money next year to be able to do all these fabulous things.
It's an application for a grant to do the minimum of fabulous things.
Okay.
So I appreciated the information about the goals of the reducing work-related stress, building the long-term programs to help promote mental health, and then the addition of the information around ergonomics, chronic health issues, joint pain issues. I mean, that's all really great stuff. And the information on attending the trainings and percentage of staff that will access the programs. That all is a go. That's awesome. It's great.
My book was falling.
Great. I don't see any more questions on there.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Carol.
Thank you. I'm gonna go for my
Carol, thank you
glasses.
very
And
much.
we will take a 5-minute break.
I'm gonna mute this.
Some things you just can't fight, you know, you just.
Can't fight City Hall. Isn't that
Are
the?
we
It's not
recording?
City Hall.
We've been recording. I just turned off the mic and the camera, but now we're back.
Nice.
And I said we can't fight City Hall.
All right, we are on item 8.9, Code of Ethics. Sonia, this is something that you wanted to discuss?
Yes. So back in our reorganization, there was Michael said that he wasn't comfortable signing the code of ethics for some reason, and I understand that there may be some things that Michael can't agree with. But my concern is that if not everybody on the board has signed the code of ethics, that we're not all operating on the same level playing field. And if there's a certain particular one, I'd like to just have a conversation about which item it is that he doesn't agree with, and then ask him to just cross that off and sign and agree to the rest of it. And so that's my my pitch, my request.
So we can amend the code of ethics?
Well, I'm throwing it out there because if there's something that someone recognizes, like I can't sign it because of this one thing, I would rather, me personally, have them sign and agree to all the other things than not agree to any of it. And so I wanted to have the discussion because I hear what you're saying and it sounds like you're concerned about that. But at the same time, I feel like not having signed it at all means I don't have to be accountable for anything. And I don't think that's what you mean. I'm just saying, that's could be how it could be interpreted. So
Michael.
So we do have a policy for this anyway, where if there's a breach, it goes through the school board. And I can't remember the policy. I just remember seeing it somewhere. I don't know where I saw it. Oh yeah, conflict of interest. Thank you.
but I would argue there's more to the code of ethics than a conflict of interest.
I would argue something else. Although I signed the conflict of interest policies and also the code of conduct and so forth, I have no problem doing that. Because I think people sitting at the table should be honorable and be able to do what they need to do. I can't see myself imposing upon somebody else, for whatever reason they think that they have to do something of this nature. I don't think there's anything that we have that stipulates that they have to sign. To me, it's not an issue. It's never was an issue. But to somebody else, it may be an issue, and it may be for grounds that, in their minds, they think are important. But I'm hearing you say something. You're trying to compel another board member to sign a document that they don't want to sign, and there's nothing that says it's an enforcement that says he has to sign it. Is there? Because I'm not aware of it.
There's definitely not.
When you
But
signed it, I signed it. I mean, probably everybody else has, but if Michael doesn't want to sign it, I mean, it's his own conjugal thinking that should allow it. And I think, I don't think we as a board can compel him to do that. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I bring it up because I will agree to disagree with you, and that I think that if the way that I recall that meeting, and Michael stating that there was one thing he couldn't agree with, and so I'm just simply saying, can Michael agree to all the other things? And so that's that. I mean, I guess I just bring it up because it has been. It just feels like if we can't all agree on a code of ethics, or the majority of the code of ethics, what are we doing here?
The counter to that would be, what next would you exempt off that list? Suppose there's only one thing in that entire code of conduct that you could agree with. I'm not saying that's the case. Or maybe there's two, or somebody else has a problem with something. I don't know, unless you tell me there's teeth behind it, there's an enforceability to that, and the board, by the virtue of being the board, can require that of any board member to do that. I don't think we have anything here to discuss.
Well, I think the issue is, and I realize we're getting into a discussion, so I'm going to try hard not to. I think the issue is being accountable to ourselves, to our board, to our community, basically saying, look, I'm agreeing I'm going to follow this code of ethics. And when you don't sign it, it's not saying you're not going to follow it, but it's also saying I didn't sign it. So I mean, we're sitting around here, and yes, there's no, like, he's not going to get hauled away to the Code of Ethics jail. That doesn't exist. But I don't think in my interactions with Michael that he probably has a problem with, I would say, 95% of this document, because I think he has, you know, he probably lives by a code of ethics himself. But I'm just saying, what can you agree to and what do you not agree to? That's simply what I'm saying.
Nancy, then Michael.
I think I agree with Paul. If he doesn't want to sign it, there's nothing stating that he has to sign this. And I also agree that if you're here, you should always bring the highest code of ethics, irregardless of whether this is signed or not. I guess, what does it mean to people? What does it mean to Michael Booten? What does it mean to Emily? What does it mean to anybody to sign this? To me, whether you sign it or not doesn't always guarantee that you're going to come to this board and have the highest ethics, code of ethics. So, I don't know. I think if somebody wants to sign it, sign it. If they don't want to sign it, I think that's okay too.
Michael, then.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it, modify it, and bring it back. Who knows? Maybe I'll modify it to the point where everybody else should sign it too. Careful. Because I mean, my personal code of ethics goes in a lot of places beyond, and I mean, I'm not going to get into the issues, but I'll just say this: I'm accountable to my voters, and I'm accountable to the statutes. And this is something that's, you know, thrown together by an organization that's not, you know, it's thrown together by, you know, the School Boards Association, SBA. It's not a mandatory thing, and you know, not mandatory. I'm not taking the step, as I said, you know. The cool thing is that you guys get to use it for next year when I'm up for election for city council.
Chris.
So I guess my question is this really, like, I don't know, has everyone else signed it? Is Michael the only person who hasn't signed it? Everyone else has signed it? So it's not really just a Michael Booten issue. Like, we can say, Michael, what do you disagree with or whatever, but like, okay, so Terry hasn't signed it. Nancy, have you signed it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
So after everyone was elected, it was a email that went out to everyone.
I understand. I don't know what the relevance of whether I did or not does. And that's why I'm saying I don't know why we're targeting Michael for not wanting to sign it.
That's exactly my point.
Right, exactly.
That's exactly my point is if this is a whole board discussion about various issues that people might have about why they don't want to sign it, it's bigger than just, Michael, can you point to the one thing on here that you don't agree with? Because I'm assuming Terry might have other issues, Nancy has other issues, Paul says he signed it, I signed it. Like, I don't know what other people did or didn't sign, but it's a question of, is this a bigger whole board discussion that we should decide whether or not this is even something that we want to ask people to sign as a board member, or we do not. You know, I definitely have concerns about people not signing it, because I look at these and I'm like, is there anything on here that I'm like, so that I find so egregious that I would be like, oh, I definitely can't sign that. And then I would want to know, well, what are those issues that make other people think they definitely can't sign it? You know, there are some things on here that will be covered by other things like statute or like open meeting laws, etc. But I question, in the absence of information, when I read this and I think, okay, some folks haven't signed this, I think, is it because they don't want to maintain confidentiality in executive session? I don't know, because I don't have any information. I don't know what the things are on here that anyone would be like, actually, no, I'm not going to sign this, because if I don't sign it, I haven't agreed actually to any of this. And so it's hard. I think that there's a certain trust issue of if we're not signing it, we don't know why we're not signing it, then should no one do it? Because I think if some people do it and some don't, I think that creates a strange dynamic that I don't understand what the point of having it even would be. I think it's a bigger conversation of what are the points that people find egregious or think they can't agree to, or is it a factor of I just don't want to do it because I don't know why I've been asked to and I'm against it. I don't know.
And then Sonia.
I guess I would echo a lot of what was just said, but also with what Paul said of like what's actually actionable on it. What are the consequences of not following it? And if there are none, that's where I'm kind of confused by it. And as far as any of us signing it, and really if that's the case, that's what needs to get looked at. Like if we're going to have something, there needs to be some consequence that goes along with breaking a code of ethics that we all agree to or could foresee any board member agreeing to. Yeah.
Sorry.
So Chris, thank you for your comment, and I want to apologize because the only reason I singled out Michael was because I knew he said in our session that he wasn't signing it, and so I apologize that I just was commenting directly to you because I didn't realize other board members had also not signed it. So I think in a more general way, I will, restate that I think that I recognize that there's no teeth, but I also think that if you are willing, to Chris's point, if there's something on here that you can't agree to, I think we should have a conversation. What is it you can't agree to? So that we all know what's the one thing that you're struggling with that's in the code of ethics. So.
Paul, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. One could argue the point both ways. I've never had a problem with codes of conduct and so forth. I mean, they're just kind of like a little bit of a bylaw that says this is the way it's expected you're going to operate. I mean, if we went down through all the fine points of the code of conduct, there is something in our policy, something in statute, something in law, something in what you have in the normal process of meetings, something that boards normally would do anyhow, whether you have a code of conduct or not. You could also argue the point that maybe the code of conduct doesn't go far enough. You could throw some other things and extend that code of conduct. I wouldn't want to superimpose that. I can give you an example. Recently we brought back the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, should we have that as part of the code of conduct? I think there would be some people sitting on the table who would probably not sign that. So I think it's really a choice. And I think we haven't seen anything yet among the board that has done something unethical since we reorganized in March. I'm not aware of it. If it is, it's flying under the radar. But I don't think I should impose upon Michael or Sonia or anybody on this board that they have to do something that is not fundamentally covered in law if we are already dealing with ethical operations of a board. I don't care what the board is. I mean, when you get elected to a post or you are assigned to a post, you're expected to carry out the duties that are in that job description. Mm-hmm. And that is the code of conduct if you really want to get down to it. And that could be 100 things. And I think we're doing that. I'm not going to say anything more on the subject.
Terry.
So yeah, it is absolutely not statutorily required because I looked. It is not. And signing this is not binding. So you can sign it if you want to, but it's not binding. Nothing happens if you do or don't. So, and to explain my choice to not sign this is it's exactly that. It is my choice. It's not required, and I don't need to sign a piece of paper to have a very good code of ethics. And if that's a problem for anyone, I'm sorry, but my morals and values go way beyond this thing. So, and quite frankly, without getting into a bigger discussion, there's plenty of things that have happened in our board's past that there was not a lot of ethics from a lot of folks. And if that's the case, then this doesn't mean anything. I think some people kind of said that already. So that's my decision.
Yeah.
So what we could do, looking at you, we could modify our conflict of interest policy
to say.
Maybe incorporate some of the stuff. Because the Code of Ethics policy has a detailed process to deal with problems. But that being said, at the end of the day, I'm with Terry on this, and maybe I have obstinate defiance disorder or whatever. On this issue.
Oppositional.
Thank you. I'm not.
You're welcome.
A part of me does. I didn't sign for city council, the social media policy that was passed. I didn't sign that either. And I wouldn't. Not that, I wouldn't agree to it, or do the things that are restricted in there. Not even that it applies to me, because it actually was more for the city staff. But yeah, that's okay. We can just disagree, and like I said, you can use it against me in March.
I think we've kind of gotten that out, and go ahead.
Do you think it's worthwhile at all reaching out to the VSBA to ask them anything about the history of this, or boards deciding to use it or not use it, just for informational purposes? Like, is that interesting to anyone, or no?
No.
There was a reach out, and Carrie Lambs stated that it's not necessary, and there was no history attached to it. But
Okay. I mean, I guess I think either we use it or we don't use it. Like, I don't think it makes any sense to say we use it, some people sign it, some people don't, and continue to have that be a practice of our board. So,
I can look into it. And
like,
just
I don't know, unnecessarily divisive sort of thing of like falling on sides of issues. Like, do we need to do that? Do we use it for anything? Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, we can look into that.
But I do think some of what it says in looking at the different line items, like, are there things there that and if we ever did take it to policy to amend the the conflict of interest policy, are there things there that aren't covered in anything else, and do we want that covered anywhere, or do we not? So.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to 8.10. This is the discussion combining middle school athletics. So this right now, because we don't have an administrator present, I'm looking just for ideas. And we'll try and keep it to 10 minutes. Terry?
I think this is something that we need to do. I think it's part of the bigger discussion that we kind of started and had about, again, it's not the right word, but consolidating our entire district and all those things. I think this is absolutely a component of that, and I think it all needs to be. But I think it's very important to do.
How about we just go around?
Yes. Great idea. I think this is a great idea, and I think if there's students at one school and there's not enough for a team, I think they should combine. No student should be left out of playing an activity or participating in an activity that they choose. And I think we should do whatever we can to have this happen. I would like to I have some questions for the administrator. I just want to know what the number of students are, and how much, has any student ever been denied playing a sport because of that? Do we have other students that come from other schools that participate because they don't have that sport or activity? And also, I think that's it. Yes, that's it.
So it's not necessarily, I want to follow up with what Terry just said. We absolutely need to get rid of Article 3 and 4 this year. It is disgusting, in my opinion, that we haven't done it yet.
What's on?
It's terrible. It is the whole purpose of combining our districts was so that we could, one, save money, create equity within our community, and we haven't done it yet. And I shouldn't have said disgusting. And see, I wrote the ethicals right there. And I think it's malfeasance on our behalf for not doing it.
I think maybe people are confused with what you're saying because you're going back
Yes.
Article 3 and 4 and not saying anything.
Oh,
Article 3 and 4 is what would prevent us from consolidating.
correct.
Right, so you're saying we need to get rid of those so we can start to put.
Correct.
Okay.
We absolutely
works,
have to
yeah.
do that. We should have done that like, I think it was 3 years. What was in the, I'm looking at you because I think you, was it the two of you? Who was on the board when that went through? Okay, so I think it was, 2-3 years, something like that, where we couldn't. We absolutely need to now. I mean, it's just, we're talking about, and I hate saying the word because it sometimes, but this is an equitable issue, right? And I really think that it falls into line with combining athletics, and I think we should do that too, so.
Nancy, we'll go around and then.
Yep, that's
So issues that come up around combining sports related to equity are transportation and access to being able to get to the different fields and to be transported from one school to the next if practice is at Berrytown and they go to Berry City. When Montpelier and Roxbury merged and we wanted the Roxbury kids to be able to have access at the middle school level, we had to figure out transportation, and that's 45 minutes away basically from Montpelier to Roxbury. And so you can't offer one without offering the whole package of you can come and we can make sure that you can get home and we can make sure that you can get from Berry City to Berrytown and vice versa. And we cannot rely on parents to provide that transportation. That's a big issue in this district. Also just for middle school kids in general currently getting to games, high school kids, all the teams having access to that. So this is a bigger issue than just we want all the kids to play sports, but how do we make sure that everyone has equitable access? And it's not about, well, your parent can get out of school to pick you up, to bring you to the other school, to have practice, to take you to the game. Like, it's very difficult. And so that costs money. And so that would be a commitment to providing that transportation. And currently, if you have parents that live one in Berrytown, one in Berry City, you can't even get on the bus at your other household. You can only get in the one that you are going to, even if the bus is literally driving directly past your street. And so we have issues around that in our small community that would really have to be looked at so that all kids could access that.
I asked for this to be back on the agenda because I think that we need to move toward it. And while I agree with Terry that it's part of a bigger discussion and Michael's point about removing Article 3 and 4, I think that in the meantime, I'm hopeful that we can sort of move this to the front burner and have the conversations about, can we find the money? Can we make this equitable? Because I think there are students out there who want to participate and don't have the ability because of transportation, or they may not have, their team doesn't have enough students to participate. And I am concerned that one concern that has been voiced to me is that if we combine, then you no longer have, okay, a Berry City team and a Berrytown team. And now do you just have a really big team and then not everyone gets to play? So how do we work out those things? Can we have an A team and a B team, or a number 1 team and a number 2 team and whatever? I don't care what you call it. But something so that everyone can still participate if they want to. I know my experience, and this has been several years, but my experience is that there are not as many students in Berry City who want to participate, and the athletic director has to twist people's arms to play so that they can have enough kids on a team. And that's frustrating for, I'm sure, the athletic director who's trying to get enough kids to participate, but also, and some kids may want to participate, but they don't know how they're going to do it because their parent can't get them there and can't drive them, pick them up, can't drive them to games because there's no transportation for athletics for middle school. And then they're absolutely, I mean, my own personal story, when my son was in 7th and 8th grade, he wanted to play baseball and we didn't have enough students at Berry City to play baseball. And I asked if he could play at Berrytown, and I was told straight no. So I am just continuing to bring it up because I don't want other kids who want to participate to be told no when there are other teams. That back then we were not a combined district, and now we are. So I don't see any reason that we shouldn't be doing it. One of the reasons when my son was told no was you'll take the spot of a kid from Berrytown. And so I didn't push it because you know what? I understand that, and I'm not gonna, be a nudge, but about that, qualify. So anyway, I just think I hope we can have a further discussion and get our athletic director from the high school to help us give thoughts about how he might be able to be helpful. I know each school had their own athletic director, but that wouldn't necessarily make sense. I think there's an athletic director position open right now at Berry City. So I'm just like thinking about how, as we move towards the fall, it's going to be here like that. And we're going to just, if we don't start having a conversation and doing something now, we're just going to be, oh, it's too late. We can't do anything. So.
Ben?
I mean, I like the idea of combining the sports. I think it really is solving the transportation issues. A lot of what I would have heard has been, or would say has been said. I think another benefit of it is we used to run before COVID a program called Midnight Mountain, which literally, which I was a counselor at, and we literally was there to get Berry City, Berrytown kids who meet each other to actually like see them outside, like see them, because they don't meet until Spalding. So I think this would actually further that goal until we can figure out a way to like kind of really consolidate our district.
I think that this combining the athletic programs would get traction with parents too. I think that they would be really into it. I think Berry City has like a track program, Berrytown doesn't have one. So right now there is an understanding that, you can go there and do track, but Berrytown gets out an hour earlier than Berry City. So like, again, it's transportation. Where are the children going to go while they're waiting? Who's in charge of them? So there are issues to iron out, but I think that this would be like a favorable among parents and students. I think everyone would want that.
I've been making a list of what people are saying here, but also trying to address other concerns that could be like perceptive roadblockers when they don't have to be. One of the things is, as everybody talked about, there has to be some sort of transportation. Of course, we're talking about different kinds of athletics. So there are schedules for these different kinds of athletics that can be scheduled in the course of the day or even after school kind of events. But I think transportation is a key component part. I think we need to talk about who owns the fields, because we're talking more than just the fields at the elementary schools in this particular situation. In Berrytown, for example, as a result of what happened at 46, all of the major athletic fields, baseball and everything else, was shifted to the town. I mean, that's what the two communities did. They did a lot of shifting. I know I wasn't in favor of it at the time, but right now, in Berrytown, for example, the town has authority and control over those fields that baseball and other things might be played, away from the building, of course, not taking their class. So that's one concern. The other thing is the actual field use, when those timing blocks can be put. I'm just throwing these out because I think they're all solvable, if they really are. Another thing to consider is that are we talking about the Act 46 merger document itself, which Sonia nodded to me, I think it was 5 years, so we're coming up on 5 years, and we could look at that, but that was for merging schools. Now, we have been working, as I understand, and when I was on this board when we formed, to try to get an equalized type of educational programs, sports programs and everything through both schools. And I think we've been doing that. We developed programs. I know under John Pandolfo, we developed a program where we could have exchange, where Berry City students could go to Berrytown students could go to Berry City, and that hasn't worked, and some of the board members who would sit at this table have taken advantage of that. I think the sports program could be handled sort of the same way. When we're talking about combining teams, that's not a bad idea. I mean, this sounds like an exchange program of students for students to create the teams and also to create the environment. But there's a lot of other things too. The city and the town both own fields too. So if you have multiple athletic things going on, you're going to have to use those because there's only so many fields you can use for your various programs. And I don't think that's insurmountable. I mean, Little League and everything else does that all the time. You know, it stretches the schedule. And finally, is this really a legal concern to the Act 46 or not? Or is this really something that is something that the board itself can just simply take it by the reins and say, yeah, this sounds like good. Let's get the kids together. They're going to be in the high school together anyways in the same sports programs. It made sense, and I've always argued that point when I was chairing the high school board. And it made perfect sense and it worked. So I'm glad it's on the agenda. I'm glad we're talking about it. There's a logistics issue that has to be resolved here. That's all it is. I don't think it's going to get us into the muddied waters of Act 46. But even if it did, I think we're up on year 5 now. So there could be some different kind of possibilities. But I also think, do we want to get into a situation where we're throwing this back to the voters? Because I don't know, because I haven't read that language. I wasn't expecting that, but we might want to look at the language and see if Article, was it 3 and 4, state that the voters have to re-vote on this to make that merger. I know that's where you want to go, Michael, but rather than delay what we want to do for our kids in sports and athletics, that's a separate question dealing with merging the buildings. Do we put a K through 4 in one place and a 5 through 8 in another place? That's what those issues were sort of about. And at the time when we did this, the community said it did not want to. They wanted a 5-year transition period. But we've gone about 5 years. So those are bigger questions. But as far as this is concerned, I think the board can do something.
Yeah, I think it is 2 issues, and right now we're just talking about the athletics. So I'm going to put the brakes on that, and we can. If Nancy has something about athletics, Nancy has the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess if we're one district, I don't understand. I do know that there has been students that come from other schools, like Orange, that have played in sports at Berrytown. I don't know about Berry City, but I do know Berrytown. There are families that live in Berry City and their children go to Berrytown, and vice versa. So I think this is doable. I think we need to put our heads together, and I think I don't want to think about a child not being allowed to play a sport because there isn't enough interest in the school that they're at. And we certainly have another school in the district that they go to that they could participate in. So I think it's something that we really should work on getting it for those students that want to play.
So the admin can actually just do this. Regarding Article 4, it says that students in an elementary schools will not be required to attend. But if somebody that wants to participate in athletics, they obviously are not being required to do it. So I think the administration can just make this happen.
Yes.
And honestly, they should. Because I agree with everybody here. And everybody agrees. I don't understand why.
I think we all agree.
So
yeah.
Terry, I kind of skipped over you. Anything else?
No, I mean, I just, again, the other thing, the transportation, I think everybody brought up really good stuff. I really like what Parker said, because she kind of, Montpelier or Roxbury is a great example, because it's 45 minutes
It's
apart.
far, yep.
And transportation won't be cheap, right? So in order to come up with funding to do this, that's going to be a big ticket. I mean, we got to figure it out. But again, I just think it fits into that bigger discussion, and it's where we need to go. It is.
Chris?
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
So I was
Just
listening.
one more comment.
Well, we're kind of going around.
Oh, we're going around a second time?
We're going around a second time, and I haven't spoken yet. So I'm gonna use my opportunity. I've been listening, and there are teams that can field, a whole team to play for both Berry City and Berry Town. Maybe we should focus on the athletic or events that can't field teams and kind of use that as a trial run. So we just work on those and see if it actually works instead of trying to knock this whole thing out and figuring out schedules and dismissal times. So if we just find a sport that needs that combination, maybe we should just focus on that.
I think that's a good plan.
Well, the only reason why I brought the exchange program that we already have in place is because in essence, we are moving larger bodies of students to different buildings. And I just want to be clear that, that was the only tripping stone that I had out there. And because it's athletics that involves schedule that we have for kids right now, I think part of this has to be vetted a little bit to just make sure that we're really clear to this. But I really think the board can move on this pretty easily.
Did I miss Ben?
Second time.
Ben, anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
Just keep it neat. Right, if there's no one else, we'll move it on.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So will you ask Chris to bring
will.
it to athletic directors or administrators or whatever has to happen next? And
Yes.
then, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Clarify one more question. Can you do it to legal accounts to make sure that we don't get nailed with any other violation of the agreement? Just to be clear.
Yeah, I don't think so because several board members have brought up that students from other have come in because those sports weren't offered. And I think the same thing applies. If your school doesn't support that, you can go somewhere else. I know someone from Berry Town went to Montpelier for, for something that wasn't offered here.
Once we don't get tripped up and all of a sudden we're gonna have to say.
I can-
so.
We had a
Yeah.
high school student that I was talking about at one of the board meetings our high school student went and played tennis at Harwood. Because I saw his picture in the paper and he was playing for Harwood and I was like, what the heck is going on?
But we're talking about whole programs.
No, but I think to Giuliano's point, if it's a program that we don't have in another, like it's baseball, let's say, and Berry Town has enough kids and Berry City doesn't, then the Berry City kids could say we would like to play on the Berry Town team.
I'm fine with whatever you put to.
Andrea?
Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's something from the VPA about that, but at least for high school, I'm not sure if that also goes for middle school, but I'm pretty sure there is something from the VPA that allows students, high school students at least, to go to other schools if their school does not offer something.
Yeah, that's for middle school as well. Michael?
I just want to let you know that I just forwarded the articles of agreement to everyone for information, just in case. Everybody doesn't
Thank you,
have it.
Michael.
Sorry.
All right, we're on to old business. This is the CIA plan update. And Karen, thank you for waiting.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I've updated the same 5-year curriculum instruction assessment plan that we had taken a look at last quarter. And I think what I'll do is just stick with the updates and then take questions at the end, if that is okay with everyone. So within the first goal of the strategic plan, ensure students have equitable access to learning resources, I've added the update with kind of evolving information from the Act 173 regulation changes that explicitly states a continuity of basic skills in our students' instruction of basic reading skills, reading comprehension, written expression, listening comprehension, math reasoning, math calc, oral expression, motor skills, and functional skills. This was also part of Stacy's presentation a few weeks ago, as being a requirement for special ed referral. So we are increasing opportunities for groups of teachers to look at data, to analyze information, and target instruction more. And there's a attachment at the end of this plan to the spring data that includes longitudinal information too. Okay. We've finished our phase 1 of creating a more coordinated curriculum. And that was mostly around goals, philosophies, teaching methods of each different content area. Phase 2 will be starting in August once the faculty returns. And that is for clarity in course titles, summaries, anchor texts, names of units or themes of units throughout school year, key standards addressed, and all of this information will be going on the website. So that's easy and accessible for everyone. Still in that first goal of the strategic plan, just an update on the testing window for VTCAP. It closed on June 10th. We don't have any of the data back yet. The last I heard, it might be available in August. I say that kind of not holding my breath because of how the SBAC test results were meant to come out at my last understanding in March, and they still haven't been disembargoed. We have now a professional development steering group, and this is in compliance with the collective bargaining agreement for an open door group of any staff. So professional, paraprofessional, BI, to be involved. And I support them in looking through the professional development feedback and make recommendations as to what our focuses are for next year. One of the main outcomes from that is for the pre-K 8 staff to have strands of optional coursework to do so that it's not sort of a piecemealed approach to PD where each month is something different. So having something continuous throughout the year that builds and also has a credit-bearing option. So very excited about that. The second goal for the strategic plan, create communication systems that foster collaborative internal and external community relations. Have some updates in that area as well. And these are all in bold. We've had a lot of engagement events since our last update, and our next steps are to just find more ways for people to be engaged, knowing that engagement isn't always just showing up to an event, and just being creative with that. Maybe considering virtual options for people to join events who can't attend in person. Thinking about like the scholarship awards, if we had live streamed that. I'm not sure we had, but that could have been an opportunity to do something like that. And other events just to promote our district and get people in. We'll be tabling at the Courier Park Thursday food truck event starting next Thursday. If any of you would like to sign up to table at that, we can get a list going around, similar to what we do what we did for the Berry Heritage Festival. Okay. We are also coordinating, this is the Courier Park, coordinating with the Berry Partnership, and also with Vermont Youth Program Community Coordinator. They've just kind of gotten in with our middle and high schools to try and capture and amplify youth voice. They have a $40,000 grant that is meant to be spent on improving youth experiences in Barrie. The phase 1 updates I referred to in the beginning, I'll be putting into our website this summer. And now I'm hopping down into our third goal of the strategic plan, develop creative and flexible curriculum, career pathways that enable students to become successful citizens and skillful workers. A next step will be, and I've begun talking to Chris Hennessy about this, is survey staff and community for input on a Barrie Unified Union School District portrait of a graduate or portrait of a learner. So we can compare that with a sample that the AOE has put out and make some progress towards backwards designing, if that's what we want our graduates to have by the time that they are leaving us. Then we can build up to that point. Math and literacy assessment frameworks are being revised based on the new programs that we've adopted and kind of tinkered with this year, just as we try and find the balance between assessments and time. Too many assessments can take away from instruction, and we just are constantly trying to find that right balance in there of what is necessary for us to be able to really target instruction. We're going to expand our local assessments to 10th graders for progress monitoring. It had just gone to 9th grade. Part of this is in response to the statewide assessments not being readily available to us. We are going to systematize learning walks as a system support that includes coaches and building administrators, myself, for reflective practice and help us to be responsive to needs that we see in our buildings. The high school has already begun creating learning modules as a flexible pathway for students who might need credit recovery, or if they have an illness and are needing to be excused for part of a course and need a standard or two to be met, there'll be a learning module that they can use to get those needs met. I'm looking down now in the fourth goal of the strategic plan, provide physical, mental, emotional, environmental resources that students need for successful learning and personal well-being. This year, we, for our first year, had a effective elements of instruction. They're practices that are meant to be universally promoted in all of our buildings, pre-K to 12. So we'll continue with that as a artifact and a resource moving forward, whether through professional goals or signage. Thinking back to my time as a teacher, we had like thinking questions. I think that was a John Barone event that we had our signage on our walls, and everybody had that and could refer to it, and we had learning targets. So this is something similar to that, where learning conversations, our professional learning groups can use those as kind of catalysts for conversation and reflection and goal setting. Okay. We haven't yet had success getting the dental van program up and running at Barrie Town, but still certainly something that would be available to us. I think it's more of a matter of time and getting the right folks to the table to make that happen. So we'll continue to aim for that. And then one of the needs that's kind of been revealed through some of these feedback forms and data that we've been collecting is develop explicitly taught, reviewed, and monitored universal expectations. And that would be something that the building administrators, leadership teams, and school staff would all be working on. I know Berrytown has a group of teachers that's going to be getting together in a few weeks at the middle school level to help define those expectations, and in the hopes that it's all ready to roll out for the August in-service. And the fifth strategic plan goal, to promote student engagement and ownership in their learning. We have pulled together a district EST cohesion team, and we've met a handful of times. It has representatives from each building to kind of compare the different processes that we have, try and find the things that we would like to say are the requirements, where buildings might have some flexibility in how some of these plans work, but all in response to making sure our students have the best support that they should be able to have in generating these district-wide expectations, and make sure that our students are having equitable experiences. And this next area, those essential elements of instruction I mentioned earlier, we'll be continuing to use those, as I mentioned. Have some signage also created so that there's some permanence in it. This isn't just a passing fad. It has some staying power. And the climate survey. So we've had a full year's worth of data collected from that. Last spring was kind of the first trial, so there were some hiccups, and that's why you might see some missing data in some areas from the spring. But now most areas have 2 or 3 comparisons longitudinally, and the action step for that would be for our administrative teams to organize building-based responses, and for the superintendent to support them in making sure those responses are executed. Okay, thank you for letting me talk. Now, if anyone would like to ask any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Go ahead, Michael. That's on you.
So I know that the test scores are embargoed. Again, are those, when you look at those scores, are you able to like figure out where we are now versus where we were then?
So I haven't seen any SBAC, or I haven't seen any of the VTCAP assessment scores. They won't probably show the NECAP, or that was before. Which one are we on? SBAC scores. But we have all that data just downloaded. So we can pull all that information together to make comparisons when we finally do get the newest results.
And those newest results are from other school districts, correct? Because I'm only asking this because I keep hearing the embargo term, and at the end of the day, that information is foiable. So, and I know that Allsburg, I think it was Allberg, they actually had a conversation about the numbers that they had. So that's just a side note. I do want to talk about 4th grade proficiency rates and the 8th grade proficiency rates, and that's on page 91.
Yep.
And so they were kind of outliers. They looked like they went up, the proficiency rates. And is there any indication of why, or just luck of the draw?
Hmm.
I mean, all the other ones,
Yeah.
maybe not all the other ones, but the majority of the proficiency rates went down during COVID, but that one just somehow went up after COVID.
So I have two possibilities, and all of this data can be drilled down farther into, smaller grain sizes. But one could be that a lot of our third graders loop to fourth grade, and same with some of our eighth graders too, about half of them. So they have the same teacher for the second year in a row. So that could be one reason behind that. We have also been, like I said, tinkering with some new programs. The hope would be that there would be even more growth visible in the data. One takeaway from feedback that I have from some of the professionals was that we could really use clarified testing expectations for the testing environment. So many of our kids have kind of become numb to testing and will speed right through. And that information isn't very valuable once that happens. So that is another area for us to just remove any other possible contributors that could be, cause us to put a Band-Aid on something that could really need an aspirin. We don't want to misdiagnose problems.
Sonia?
Karen, my question is also about the data, and I'm assuming this is district-wide, so it's schools combined. And at the very top, it says district benchmark distribution of same set of students over multiple years. And when you say same set, but you're not actually suggesting that it's actually a subset where it's the same students, it's just the grades. Like you're following this cohort of students that were in grade 1 and here's their scores, and then they're in grade 2. And the reason I ask this is because when we would look at data at Berry City, when I was on the Berry City board, one thing that was often brought to our attention was just the transient nature of some of our students. And so when you say we're looking at the same set of students, we're not necessarily looking at the same set of students. Is that correct?
It's the cohort as
Okay.
you described. So the second grade one, they've taken it, most of them, they took it in first grade. So now there's 2 years of data. That was the first year we had first and second grade take the STAR assessment, which is why you don't see as many bars. So when you get up to eighth grade, those kids have been taking it since 2019.
Yeah. So I get that. I guess what a follow-up to that is, can you drill down to see the same set of students, like the kids who actually stayed in Berrytown or Berry City and they were there in first grade and they were there in second grade and they were there in third grade and they were there in fourth grade? And can you see their progress compared to students who maybe for whatever reason came in and left and came back, or maybe just came in second grade and then stayed through fifth grade? I'm just curious, like, over time, is our part of the issue that we're seeing with proficiency and scores not even something that we have control over, which is just the transient nature of the population in some respects? So
we would have the ability to do that. We would just need to pull those names from our student information system.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not asking you to do it. I'm just curious. Like, I would love to be able to see what the trend is. And maybe you just do it for like eighth grade, so we could see like someone who's been here for more than 1 year or 4 years or whatever it might be, would be interesting because it's the group you have the most amount of data for.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
Karen, when I was last on the curriculum committee, we talked about what it might take or whether or not we could perform in our educational platform to improve learning abilities and test scores and so forth by maybe 5%. You said that was a reasonable possibility. With these scores, with these types of proficiency-based learning modules that we use, are the kids still performing at the same level, or are we getting closer to that, what would be that 5% kind of improvement that we would try and look for?
Yeah, it's hard for me to say, when we are taking on 2 new programs for K-8, how that would go. It's taken our teachers a lot of time to get to know those programs. So I do think that we're getting closer. The testimony I hear from teachers is really, really inspiring and leading me to feel pretty fulfilled. There's teachers who are feeling like their kids are reading more and better than they ever had before. So it might just not be, like I said, reflective in our local assessment data yet. There's some diagnostic assessments that lead me to believe that the trend is going to be that will be more closer to the 5% improvement in the near future.
Well, as a follow-up to that, a lot of people don't like to talk about testing as being the only module that we use, but we are teaching academics here, and I don't know any other mechanism out there that tells us, other than testing, how they're performing, how they stack up with each other, how they stack up with other area schools, the state, national,
Yeah.
as a whole. I mean, I'm not looking at a California standard or Chicago standard or anything like that. I'm talking about what we do here. We talk about proficiency-based learning, and quite often, kids, if they don't pass it, they have to do it over again until they are proficient. That's a test in a way, is it not?
Yeah, that's how we are currently modeling instruction.
So when I, as a board member, ask for how are our kids performing, we have to have something like a test of some sort of, or some other matrix that gives us a clue that they're performing at a particular level that meets the standards that is established by the AOE and other organizations, am I correct?
Yes, so our local assessment, the STAR, is Common Core aligned, and it gives us this overall score, but it also breaks down to every standard that is in the Common Core for each grade level.
Okay, thank you.
And I did want to just draw attention. I was mentioning how there's these these other assessments that we have. I put a table between our first and second, and then our third and fourth on. It says page 13, but I know it's not. It's more like page 91. And this developmental spelling assessment is more in alignment with the foundational skills we've been really diving into this year. And 79% of the first graders were proficient, and 70% of the second graders were proficient. So just some additional data.
Michael?
Yeah. So I just realized that the question that I had was incorrect. I just figured it out. I apologize for that. But there are some, classes that as they go up, they're getting better. So it just wasn't 4th and 8th.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Nancy?
Yes. So Karen, how do we know the recent graduates receive the education they need to be successful for the future?
I couldn't hear the end of that. Nancy, can you repeat that?
Do we have anything that would tell us that the recent graduates receive the education they need to be successful in the future?
So the high school has their their credit requirements, which the department heads all sign off on. So I probably could look it up, but it's something like they're required to have 4 English department credits, 5 math. So all of that is to say, like, they need to have had success in all of these areas before being able to graduate. And if they're missing things, that's where our flexible pathways come in, or they attend beyond 12th grade, repeat 12th grade. Some of the work with the portrait of a graduate will help us to maybe clarify more of the soft skills that we're hoping our students to have, that our community wants and needs them to have before they leave us. But for the time being, those are big signposts. Another signpost could be the schools our students are getting into. They're getting into really great colleges. So that's another indicator that, you know, what we're doing is in alignment with what other top schools are doing.
Okay. And I have one last question. It's off of what Paul asked you about the, I think you had set a goal of 5% improvement. And you said you're hoping to get there in the near future. What is the near future?
So getting into our second year of the program for both reading and math with pre-K 8. Also starting a structured literacy program at the high school to kind of catch kids before they are leaving us, and making sure they have the literacy skills they need. Those things in mind, you know, I'm pretty optimistic, and I would like to say, you know, next year, by the end of next year, we'll have that same outcome I was hoping for the end of this year. But I am not one to stop trying or give up on finding different ways to improve.
Thank you, Karen.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Karen, thank you.
Is there any way you can break those numbers down into Berry City, Berry Town?
The student data, is that what we're talking about?
Benchmark, yeah, district distribution.
Yep, all of those can be broken down to the classroom level, even student.
Would you mind sending me that?
Not at all.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Karen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Yep. Have a
Great.
good night.
This is 9.2, the enrollment home study update. This is the end of the year report. Once again, there's no administrator to answer any questions, so this is for information only. And we are on to the second and final reading of the alcohol and drug-free workplace policy, B3.
I'd make a motion that we approve B3 for second reading.
Second.
Motion by Sonia, second by Michael. Any discussion? All in favor?
No, I just want to say, any change since the last week.
Correct. Yep.
Sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
I
Thank you. And this is the second and final reading of second and final reading, tobacco prohibition policy B7.
I make a motion to approve B7 for second reading.
Second. We'll get one in one way.
Motion by Sonia, second by Paul. Any discussion?
Also, no changes.
All in favor? Opposed? This is 9.5, the second and final reading, teaching about sensitive issues, D40.
I make a motion to approve D40 for second reading.
I just wanted to get one in. Go ahead.
Second.
Motion by Sonia, second by Michael. Any discussion?
And you see the only edit is taking out master agreement and adding in collective bargaining agreement.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. 9.6, this was added in the addendum. This just shows the agreement and for your information, and I will sign it.
I have some questions on that. If you-
I will entertain questions.
Everybody?
I will entertain questions.
As I've gone through the agreement of this, I have some questions that are pertinent. First, the scope of the services seems to be in alignment with most of what we do anyways. The conditions, the identified evaluation services on behalf of the board, the assuming there's nothing about 360 or anything else in there. Do we want to consider that?
We can add that in. I remember seeing it only because the board that I sit in, CDCCSD, added that in.
They added it there.
So-
So, I mean, the other boards that don't, it's just do their own evaluation. One of the questions I had was in the agreement and also the fees and payment schedule. We have agreed that we're going to expend $1,500, and we also said we want to terminate those services. They charge us, I believe, $120 per hour, up to a maximum of $1,000, which in essence is I think the $1,750 as a result of going that particular route, which is more than the $1,500 has it. But the liability aspect of this, they will only take the liability only up to a certain level if they make any mistakes. And I'm asking those questions because we're signing on to an agreement. The one thing that I have a question about, most concerning, is this duration part. And where it gets down to terms and conditions of agreement, the commitments begin on the date signed by both parties, which will be tonight, and terminated upon one, completion of the evaluation process by the association no later than October 2nd, 2023. That's 3 months away. What is being said here? Are we doing an evaluation on the superintendent in 3 months?
No, I think that's an error.
Well, before we sign it, we should be
Yeah,
correct.
I can check that, yes.
Does that make sense to anybody else? Because I looked at that. I've never seen an evaluation go through in 3 months, and on top of that, the school doesn't even start up until September anyways.
Yeah.
And that's all I had. So I think that a couple of things are something to be corrected. That's all.
So once I contact them and find out that it's 2024, the board is fine with that.
Well, I think we should certainly have something in 2024.
Yes, yes.
But also, the other thing that I want to draw everybody's attention to, normally when we're doing an evaluation, it's usually before the term of some of the board members expire, which is usually in the first part of March. Do we want to look at October, or do we want to look at March 2024, particular date as to election time, before that time? Because normally we do it January, February. We sit down with the superintendent, usually February. And if there's any recommendations, corrective action plans, whatever that may be, that's when it's done. So October, some of you people might not be sitting here.
I'll say this, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think any evaluation should be done with brand new board members, in my opinion, just because we haven't had the opportunity, well, now we have, right? But we haven't had that opportunity, or they will not have that opportunity to deal with this, the superintendent.
And I agree with you, Mike, on that. That's why I'm bringing this up.
Yeah.
Because we all will have sat on this board between now and next March. Our terms, for whether the years are continuing or we're brand newly elected, we'll have started that first week of March and move on to our terms either end or expire because of March. So certainly, the 9 members of this board right now are reviewing the superintendent for the year moving forward, starting as of March. And that's why I said the month and the date and the year has got to change. And I think we ought to collectively agree that there should be a date that is probably before that term ends. And I'm thinking that the bulk of the work should be done before the middle part of, or the ending part of January, to allow the type of sit-down evaluation with the superintendent and most of the feedback in February, then the election takes place. That's the way we've traditionally done it. And several of us have sat on boards for a while. That's the way we've done it. And that was the essence of my question: is when, where, and how, and also penalty phases and termination points within the contract. And has this been vetted by our attorney? Because he probably would have brought up the same thing.
No, the attorney hasn't looked at it, but in the process that I went through, it did go beyond the March 2nd date, because I was involved with it, but that wasn't their plan. I mean, they've never, like Michael said, it should never go past that, and it just happened that it did. But this date is definitely wrong, and I will check on that.
So maybe we could propose a January 31st date.
Yeah.
So we have the month of February then to do whatever the follow-up ending stuff is, and then elections in March.
Because, there's a possibility that you and I might not even be here by the time we get past March. And then we're doing an evaluation, which we sat through the entire year for that purpose.
Right.
And we should at least honor what our input would be.
Yep.
Okay.
I would actually go with early January, just to give us more time. Things get a little hectic around that time due to elections and budgets and all that wonderful jazz.
You don't want to be 3/4 of the year through and then say you're doing an evaluation for an entire year yet. So the closer towards what Chris has said, it's a little bit better to help wrap up all the details, because they said they will conclude on such a date. And it's that conclusionary point that we should go with. And that still gives us 2 full meetings in February for the board to process it, but also to give an opportunity to say to us and the superintendent and get feedback. If you want to move it to mid-January for conclusion of a contract, I'm good with anything.
So I wonder if, well, I don't think the date's right, but I wonder if there's also, I don't know who does this for them, but they have a very small number of staff, and legislative session starts the beginning of January. So I wonder if they try to get everything done before January, because then everybody's sort of consumed by legislative session. So maybe just check with Sue and find out if they have a target that they're working on as well. Not just what we want, but do they have certain things that they're trying to work around as well?
See, that's exactly my point. Sue signed this already, dated it already, and is looking at this and probably never looked at how do we get the cycle in there and what we were actually doing.
Well, I'm thinking, what if she actually meant it?
Is that?
I said, what if she actually meant it
Mhm.
for
Well, if she does,
October? We
then this doesn't work for us.
right. So I think that's
I will nail that down. Nancy?
Yeah, I was wondering, I think this should be vetted by the attorney. And also, in reading this is an evaluation with the board and the superintendent. It is not 360, and I know you said something about having 360. But I'm wondering if there's another evaluation that the staff could do on their own, so he could get the feedback from the staff versus this all being put together, because it's not going to provide him with a true picture or a true evaluation of his employer, which is us. Because this clearly states board and superintendent. So,
In other words, you want them to provide information to the board from staff and others. We look at that, but
Say
it's not a blended thing.
no, I think if he wants feedback from his staff, he should have a survey for that purpose, what he's looking for. This is us as his employer on the employee.
I hear what Nancy's saying. I also think that hearing what the people that are working for Chris that he supervises helps us to understand his role as a manager, because he's not managing us, he's managing them. And so I think it's helpful for us as a board to understand how well he's doing that job. So I think it's an important part. And I do agree. I think Nancy's exactly right. It is an evaluation from the board of the superintendent, but part of his job is to manage people. And if he's not doing a good job, we need to know that as well. So I feel like that should be included, not excluded.
So is that a blended, I know it's you get that evaluation from the individuals who work under Chris.
Mhm.
That comes to the board, it's a separate package, it gives us information. And then we get it with the Vermont School Boards Association, is talking about doing the process of the evaluation superintendent with the board and for the board.
No, I think what Juliana was saying is it could be wrapped all into this that the VSBA helps us do. I think that's what you were saying.
No, I don't either, and I think it's, it skews it right, exactly, and I think it's important that Chris get feedback from his staff, but also, I mean, if the staff want to provide the board feedback for our evaluation of him, which may be a good way to take a temperature of what's going on in school, like the stuff that we read tonight from the exit surveys, that to me was concerning. Those are the things that I really think that we should know about.
When does Chris's contract expire? It's in July.
Next year.
And when do we vote to, when is that decision? Is that in July as well? I will say regarding this conversation about the 360, there's something that I want to say about that, but it's not public session material.
Okay.
I'm just pointing it out.
I think this, I'm so sorry to interrupt, develop and document the process, which will be used for gathering information, like it's built right in there. And we can work with the association to develop a staff survey. So all of this language will help us work with the association to ask for whatever source documents we would like to see.
And I agree. Because that's the internal work that we're expecting the Vermont School Board Association to do, and they'll wrap that all up under the data. And then we get that kind of report. We have to decide based upon all the evidence what we think. Other than data, I think
So are you suggesting that we wrap it together? Because you just said you didn't, but now it sounds like you said that you want
the
to.
Vermont School
No,
Boards
that's not what I'm
Association,
saying.
the Vermont School Boards Association does its work. They do their kind of polling, if you will. And they talk to other staff and so forth, and so this is the things that other people who work for Chris have said.
FYI.
They give us the information. It's FYI. It's
FYI.
And then we take that into a strong consideration. And then we take the other stuff that we have, since we work with the superintendent, we bring that all together, and then from what I read in his contract, the Vermont School Boards Association marches us through a whole series of steps that gets us to point Z.
Isn't that what we have done in the past?
Well,
Which
we-
is just basically
but-
take the
but we-
360 under consideration?
Think of the last series of graphs we had, which takes the 360. Now, if you have, let's use this board as an example. If you have 50 respondents to a particular question, and you only have 9 board members,
Oh, yeah,
you
no,
can see where that could
I
skew
see.
the numbers.
Right, but
if
I-
you get the data, that's more important.
but we're suggesting that the Vermont School Boards Association is going to help us with gathering the 360 information to use as part of our information to create the end product.
If it's not in the contract now, the 360, that's why I brought it up.
But
So
you
I'm
know,
saying if it's going to be there, then we ought to incorporate that, or they may already have that based upon, based upon what you said exactly, you know, it's to develop, you know, a documented trail.
Collect input from board members,
Chris?
not
Yeah, just noting that on the last part where it says duration, the number 2 item, suspension of the evaluation by the board. So I think it's pretty clear that we would not be allowed under this contract to carry on a whole separate evaluation of like, well, you did your part, but actually we really wanted this 360, so we're going to go about sort of doing a whole nother evaluation. So I mean, I think that's a question of if there are pieces that we want included about the staff or a survey, how do those exist together? Not VSBA is going to do one and then we're still going to carry on and do our own after the fact.
What
Because
part is it, Chris?
This very last section before the signatures, number 2, which says the terms of and conditions of the agreement. Number 2, suspension of the evaluation by the board. So I took that to mean that we would not continue to carry on doing our own evaluation because this is what we are doing instead.
I think that means
I
if
don't
we
think so.
suspend the evaluation process.
So does that mean like if we're in the,
I think it's the
if
entire.
we're in the middle of it, we say we don't want
Right.
to do it now? Is that what
Yes,
we- okay.
yes.
That's
Oh,
what it means.
I thought they
Yes.
were
That's what I
saying
mean.
like, y'all can't basically continue on your own track of doing your own evaluation while we're doing this. Like, we're agreeing, we're
No,
just
they're
doing
saying the
this.
contract will be terminated if we suspend the
all that.
Okay.
Okay.
But I do, sort of on that topic, I guess I do think it's important that like we do one process. If this is what we're doing, then we're doing this one process. It's not like they're gonna do it and then also we're gonna do our own 360 and pull the staff and whatever. Like, it just needs to be one.
But you remember,
Document.
what you just brought up ties back to section 4B, you know, when we terminate something. So the termination at that point really brings out the number 2, the 1 or 2 choices. So we either complete the evaluation process in the association by a certain date, or we terminate the school boards association as denoted in 2 other sections actually, and that's what the suspension is. That's all I'm saying.
And I mean, honestly, it's in everyone's best interest, I think, for us to just finally figure out a way to get this done. For him, for us, for moving on and not to live in this, in the never-ending evaluation process for the rest of our lives, the rest of our natural lives.
People ask what you heard.
End it.
I mean,
We're
we,
talking about that.
yeah, so anyways, it's 10:07, so.
And tomorrow's Thursday,
All day.
so we have 2 more days of work.
And the lawyer's office will be.
No? Yes? No?
Well, I mean, what are we doing with the 360? Are we asking them to do that or not?
Well, let's figure out the date and then we
Okay.
can.
I think the date should be the first January meeting, first January board meeting, then that gives us 3 meetings if we need
Yes.
after that. I think that's the first one. And second, it sounds like around the table, it sounds like everyone is definitely interested in hearing what the staff have to say. It's just whether we want to include that in our evaluation. So at the very least, we want the SBA to collect that information and then provide it to the board. We can use it and then we can either determine if we include it in the evaluation.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think everybody's agreed that we want to see that.
I also think just if we're going to pay them this money, let them do the work.
No, absolutely, right, yeah.
Because then we don't have to do it. Tina doesn't have to do it because no one else has to do it. They can do it for us.
I hope you're ready.
So
That's in the contract.
yeah, let's
So,
let
yeah,
them.
They're covering that base for us.
Yeah.
All right, item 10, this is the committee reports. I'll just read off the dates that they meet. Finance Committee, August 21st. Facilities, July 31st. Policy, August 16th. Curriculum, September 6th. Negotiations is TBD. And the CVCCSD will meet August 14th.
Can I ask a question to the chair of the finance committee for that?
Sure.
Is there a possibility with this much distance ahead that we can move that up an hour earlier? Because I've got a conflict that requires me to be in Montpelier at 6:30.
Yeah, we can talk
I'd even
about
take
that.
a half hour. I gotta get from here to there.
We can, yeah, let's have a conversation. Well, we have to just make sure that it's okay with the rest of the committee and Lisa and Chris, but
Anything else? All right, other business, roundtable. I will start with Emily.
Pass.
Can I come back to that? Look, I had some notes, I just want to pull.
Sure.
I'm gonna be very brief.
Terry.
I'm good this evening, thank you.
Nancy.
All right, I'm gonna bring up the $13,550 warrant item that I've been trying to get a clarification on. It was the service of a walk-in freezer. And we have a food service account that the AOE has clearly stated what the funds from that account can be used for. And I'm just gonna read it to you. Food service supplies, equipment, and to support preventative maintenance at each facility. They are used to support school nutritionists and food service director wages and benefits. So this one was clearly a refrigerator, which to me is a maintenance. It was booked to Jamie's construction account, and the response I got from him was that he was trying to, he had extra money, so he was just gonna use it. Which was concerning to me because I don't understand why you wouldn't want to record your expenses to the proper account so you have a picture of for data going forward of why you need funds and how much you're going to need, and to also for planning and budgeting. So I'm still waiting for an answer on a clarification of that. The other thing is, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Michael?
So earlier I said disgusting, and I do want to apologize again, because I feel really passionate about those two articles. That's all, and I would love to sit down with anybody to tell you my passion.
All would say passion.
Chris?
Yeah, I just want to bring people's attention to a website that's put out by the USDA that is a summer meals site finder. So if folks are looking for summer meals available to kids 18 and under, there are 7 sites in Barry, including at the pool, at the library, at Barry Town School, where breakfast and lunch is available Monday to Friday for kids up to age 18. So you can go right on that USDA website, type in your zip code, and it gives you locations all over the country that you can find free meals for kids all summer long. That's it.
I wonder if we could get them to put that around the front of the webpage for the summer.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a great
Maybe,
spot for
yeah.
it.
Sonia?
I really don't have anything. Thank you.
Ben?
Just give a shout out to any students we have at Governor's Institute. I got to work with a few students from all over the state today and saw one Spalding High School student with Governor's Institute.
Thank you.
Canal.
What?
Bring it in. I had to find mentally where my notes were hidden, but they were somewhere in the vagaries of the back door area. So one of the things that I've learned from talking with some other individuals around school districts and also looking at some of the reports, we'd like to see us come back and talk about the importance of 5-year plans, because the way they detail this stuff would save us an awful lot of headaches, both numerically and also from a planning point of view for boards. And the second thing is I've had an opportunity to talk with some individuals in the town of Barry, of whom one of them is a survivor of a school shooting incident. And I would like to possibly find out if they would be willing to talk to us. Because that SRO thing, from more reports and reading that I've done now, seems to be a mainstay. When we got them in the elementary schools, we should definitely have that at high school. That's my roundtable.
Okay, thank you, Paul. All right, our next meeting dates, July 12th. I don't believe we will have a meeting on the July 12th. There are administrators out. Tina is on vacation. So the logistics of having a meeting July 12th probably will not happen. And that will just leave July 26th. And that will be in the central office at the regular time.
Are we talking about any future agenda items or no?
Oh, sorry, I just blew right through that. Sorry. We can do that, Paul.
For that meeting, I'd like to put on the agenda Michael's behavior committee charge. Seems how he volunteered me to make sure it got done, so.
So there are things ready for that?
There will be for that meeting, yes.
Okay, perfect.
For the charge, for the question, specifically
Yes.
the questions that Sonia asked.
Yep.
Thank you, Michael.
It's really yours, just so you know.
We need the second readings for F3 and F4, and then also rescinding F25.
Could we also put, not for this necessarily, well, ideally, if we could have it at the next agenda or the next meeting, but a follow-up on the middle school athletic program and just because if it's not the next one, then parking lot, so we can talk about it in August. Because I don't know if athletic directors and administrators would be able to do it that quickly, but I'm afraid of letting the ball drop, so.
Any other items?
Yeah.
Nancy?
Go ahead, Bob.
No, go ahead.
Nope, go ahead.
I insist.
Nope, go ahead.
Oh my God, why don't you go?
Please.
There was a request for, in the parking lot for a Q&A with Pedro Lynn. There's a lot of outstanding questions and a number of us are starting to develop. It'd be nice to get some clarity from our lead counsel on this. So is there a possibility we can maybe have him participate in our next meeting? Or do we want to push that back?
There is always a possibility of our legal counsel participating. However, legal counsel would like the questions in advance, and I would also like to see those questions in advance. We're not going to have legal counsel come in and just get blindsided by questions that they are not prepared for.
Oh, I'm fine with that.
I know you are, but there are other board members who refuse to divulge their questions.
You're referring to me. You're referring to me.
I am.
So I don't think that's fair.
So
As a board chair, that you've singled me out. I have been asking, my question to you.
Nancy, you singled yourself out.
No, I did.
I just
because
agreed with
I'm
you.
just pointing out what you've done.
But Nancy, see, you
Point of
have,
order.
Thank you.
Let's get back
Thank
on
you.
track.
So if we want to have our lawyer here, we got to have the questions ahead of time, and
Yes.
those are the questions that we'll talk about. So if you don't give the questions, we won't be talking about it.
I would like clarification on that. But anyways, I have been asking for this, and that was my question to you, was when we're going to be able to get this question and answer. But I haven't heard anything from you at all about getting this set up. The other thing I would like to add is the warrant signature page. I would like to have a discussion about the authorizations and the blurb that is there. And then I would also want to entertain having a discussion about all the procedures for the policies and where we're at. And that may have to wait until August or September.
Can I ask
Is that on there already?
Nancy, could we talk about the warrant thing at the finance committee meeting?
Yep.
Rather than
Yeah.
just to
absolutely.
have a conversation before?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Can I continue on what I was trying to say before?
Oh, you weren't finished yet, Paul?
I was just dealing with the parking lot. Is it safe to say that J and K have been answered already here tonight?
Yes.
Well, it's just on there as a
It's-
placeholder
yeah,
because it's
it's a
quarterly.
placeholder.
Yeah.
Right. And the H, we talked about that briefly, Article 3 and 4. Is this something we're actually going to be reviewing, or is this something that's going to be answerable to our legal counsel so that we can legitimately talk about this?
In terms of athletics, is that what you're trying
No,
to
I'm
get
talking
at?
about the restructuring plan.
Well, B is also directly that, discuss removing
Yep,
Article
yep,
3
I
and 4,
agree.
so those are like the same item
Yep,
or
yep.
similar related items.
I would agree.
Which one do you want to cross off?
Can't have one.
Just
Without-
just combine them.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that.
So are we gonna be discussing that next meeting?
I don't know,
Or-
I'm just
Yeah.
asking whether or
Okay.
not we should at least forward something out so that in the next couple meetings, maybe 2 meetings out, we can actually come to this and resolve some of these things and just make them go away one way or the other. They just kind of sit there. Youth risk behavior survey results, that'll be coming in the fall according to this. Is there a particular meeting time? Because when we get out of August, we're in the fall.
Well, it does say the fall, but I think the state might embargo those. That's the,
They're gonna bargain
yeah,
the
the
risk assessment?
Youth risk behavior.
yes, I believe the state feels that they were skewed in some way. I could be, so the word skewed might be wrong, but there was talk about embargoing those. So I'll have to,
My question is, are we talking about risk assessment, risk behavior assessment?
those are the
Or we're talking
questions
about
that,
test scores?
those aren't test scores.
Okay, I thought they were separate things.
They are.
So those are embargoed too,
They
They may be,
they
he's
may
saying.
be.
or they may be.
Can I ask a clarifying question about a parking lot issue because you're trying to clean it up? I know Michael added C. I wonder if we could add that to a finance committee agenda to have a conversation with Lisa?
Yeah.
Which one's
Okay.
that?
I mean,
C.
I'm okay with that.
I looked on it today.
And then we could maybe clear up some questions and make it a little easier when we come to the board, if we need to come to the board.
I know I'm gonna be a stickler on this, but I really would like to have a strong discussion on the SRO issue at the high school. I really think that's important. Whether you want to put it on this coming meeting or the following meeting, I'll leave that up to the chair and the men.
Right.
What do we, Son, you
Sure.
want the cost per pupil in finance too?
I don't have an item, Juliano, and I should, but maybe I should have in those other businesses. Can we try really hard to not have any more of these really late, really large addendums?
Yes,
They're very difficult.
yes.
And I appreciate that it's not always, the information is not always available, but these things coming out less than 24 hours ahead of these meetings is really tough.
Mhm.
And that's not, I'm not criticizing people because I know they're busy, but
Is there a date that people feel comfortable with getting them by? Because, I mean, we can shut off the spigot at any time. It's just, how,
I think we got to gauge it on the importance of the information. But I mean, if there's something, I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult. But like the CA report, that thing's awesome, but that's massive. There's so much there to absorb.
I think the biggest issue, and this is my impression, is getting the full packet on Friday is good because you have your whole weekend, and maybe you have plans or maybe you don't, but at least you have your weekend and you have a few weekdays. But when you get something on Monday afternoon, your Monday night might already be booked. Your Tuesday might already be booked. You might have no time to read the addendum, like none, because your calendar's already full. So it's just really hard.
And I'm reading this at 2 a.m. so that it's, and that's probably why I wasted it.
Don't come to board meetings.
There was 3 other things that were left in the parking lot.
Always.
so,
That's
So,
gonna be a quote.
so do you want to limit the addendum to necessities? Is that better than just, this is something that, the
Or
board should
At
know?
least
urgent.
48 hours before a meeting would be nice.
Well, I think Tina and Chris need to just tell, look, if it doesn't get in Friday, it doesn't, has to go to the next meeting.
Okay.
That's it. I mean, unless it's like a hiring packet or something that's fairly easy to skim through, but anything that's like more than like a couple pages, that's too much.
I think we should go by priority and the importance, but also when somebody asks, like I asked to have that question and answer on May 10th, here we are, those things should be happening. We can just quickly knock things off, but somebody shouldn't have to wait for an item that they've asked to have on the agenda for months.
So if I could just wrap up what I was doing in the parking lot, I had just 3 letters, EGI. What are some of those things all going to stay there?
I think E and G are Michael's.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I would love to get, it's so funny, I would actually like to discuss the action memos next meeting. because I think that they would make our
I think you
meetings
should.
go a little bit more smoother. And although where I got those action memos from, I'll just leave it. It's
Yeah.
actually not a bad idea. And I did copy, so, but I don't think it hurts.
So G and I, are we doing anything with those two?
I think G is probably a larger discussion.
Well, and then we added the talk about the chart, so we are going to talk about that.
Yeah.
And then I is expanded special education report. Is that for the year that just ended? Is that my understanding?
The original, I asked for that. The original intent of that was the last one that we got from Stacy, and I can't, forgive me, because I can't remember how often she does those. It was pretty much, it was a very summarized report because there was some timing issues. And we had asked her at the time if she could provide more detail, and she said she would. So it could probably be removed because the special education report, really,
We don't get a report quarterly.
is it? I don't know. Rather, and right, so they're yeah, I don't know. But we had asked after the last one she presented.
We used to
There
ask
could be,
if we could have that.
So maybe
we
just another
could.
one I get started.
Maybe she can just provide us information. quarterly.
Time-wise,
I don't remember doing that. I'll have to go back and look, but I remember
okay,
the last one.
just shoot me an email. Let
I'll
me
see
know.
if I can find it. But we just did ask for more details all at once. So
Okay.
That's why that got on there.
Andrea's got her hand up.
Go ahead, Andre.
So food for thought. The protocol used to be that the agenda went out 7 days ahead of time. So it used to come out on Thursdays for the following Thursday's meeting. And somehow it got pushed out to Fridays. Friday for a Thursday meeting. Well, now you backed up your meeting date to Wednesday, so it's coming out on a Friday for a Wednesday. So you might want to consider going back to the 7 days ahead of time, have it come out on one Wednesday for the following Wednesday, and then maybe have a cutoff of Monday for any addendums. Unless it's absolutely urgent, it can wait till the next board meeting.
That would just be too simple.
I think
I'm-
Friday for addendums would be fine because then you'd still have the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm pointing at you, yes.
And if they don't, it can just wait till the next month. If it's important, they'll get it done by Friday.
All right. I covered the meeting dates, and I'd be looking for a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
I think we need the
Yes.
first one because we're gonna do a negotiations update. So I think we need
yes.
the,
Motions for findings.
Yes.
We're gonna cover both items in the executive session.
yes, but we need the premature.
Motion that the board unanimously agree to find that premature general public knowledge of the item proposed for discussion, specifically negotiations update, would clearly place the BUUSD at a substantial disadvantage should the discussion be public.
Yes.
That was my motion.
So on your board meeting and
Second.
preparation, you have.
A motion by
policy.
Michael, second by Sonia.
And that's just for negotiations, but we're actually also, oh, we don't have to make it for the both. Sorry, go on.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, and we look for,
What are we're gonna have Ben just call in?
yeah, we'll do the same as we did before.
Yeah, I can call Sonia.
Perfect.
Motion to adjourn.
No motion to enter executive.
Motion to
Yeah, second. Move into
enter
executive session.
executive session.
Yes.
Second.
Motion by Chris, second by Michael.
And are we, we're not inviting anybody, it's just us. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're in executive session.
Okay, I'm gonna
Bye,
stop
folks.
this.